How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. It's Monday. Yeah, it is. Coffee at the ready. How we doing? Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome. 14-day stream. Well, I mean, if I do stream every day this week, then it will be at 14 days in a row. I wasn't particularly planning on streaming both Saturday and Sunday, but you know what? We're busy. We've got stuff to do. So, you know what? Might as well. Sneaky stream yesterday after I'd gone to bed. Yeah, it was a bit of an odd timing for me even yesterday, so brewed in a Mocha Master. Unfortunately not. You know, my Finnish friends would cry, but I leveled up. I went KitchenAid. This is you might just be able to see the hashtag not sponsored, but I leveled up. Right, coffee on the go. Global release of Wrath of the Lich King again today. I'm going to be really tempted to have a little bit of a dabble and a little bit of a play. Probably won't stream it unless we play Wrath a little bit tomorrow, but I can't lie. I'm elbow deep in Dragonflight professions and stuff, so I might not find much time for Wrath. Let me get this microphone in the right sort of place. Right, let's get things loaded. Do we want to dive straight into beta? Probably should dive straight into beta. I need to get a few admin things out the way. This is probably a really terrible way to start a stream, but I got to get a few bits and bobs out the way. I took the decision, and I don't know if it's going to be a good decision or not. We'll find out. But I took the decision. Do we have any audio in game? Where's our audio in game? There's our in-game audio. I took the decision to let the supporters of the channel, you know, the people that allow me to do what I do, early access to the Dragonflight cheat sheet. Now, obviously, this is on the premise that it's very broken, very rudimentary, very basic, very in development. All of the disclaimers. But if you are a Twitch sub, if you are a Patreon supporter, if you are a YouTube member, if you support through any of those channels, you can have access to this before the launch of Dragonflight. If it's useful to you, great. If it's not, don't worry about it. It's one of those things that you can just maybe keep an eye on what's going on through the development. I don't want to make it public because it's a mess right now. It's a work in progress. You do not want to launch something into the public masses with it being half cooked and broken. So, but if you want to poke about, have a little bit of look at things, there might be some things in the next few weeks that, you know, start to help you out. I've now finally been able to go through all of the professions and at least track the basics of the patterns. Anything that comes from the spec tree, anything that you learn from the trainer whilst leveling up the profession, I now have jotted down, annotated, noted. So if there's a recipe that you're looking for, we're starting to fill in the gaps now. Or at least I can, as and when we do our travels, because we're still going to be playing on the beta a fair amount. If they make some changes, if they, you know, if a vendor turns up, a quartermaster ends up with a bunch of patterns, the infrastructure's there. I can go in and just, you know, make slowly but surely tick away where all of the stuff comes from, and we can quickly use it for reference. That's one of the main things I wanted the cheat sheet in the early days to achieve. I very quickly realized that I had overly lofty goals for this. Goals that are going to take me potentially months to actually probably implement. And so what I did try and do is break it down to what I want to have available by the launch of Dragonflight. This is a list of things I would like to have available in the cheat sheet by the launch. There is another list in my head of other things I want to do with it. But this is kind of the basics I want to get covered. The pattern location list, because as it stands at the moment, there doesn't seem to be any indication in-game of where all of these patterns come from. Now, of course, you could Google it, you could go onto Wowhead, you could have a little bit of a looky yourself, but if Mantheus has a cheat sheet that has all of the pattern recipes for any given profession with all of their locations tracked, then it's kind of convenient, right? It's going to be really helpful when you first start. You realize that shit, you've hit 50 skill and you don't know where to go from here. Oh, I have been leveling this faction though. I can go there and grab a pattern or two. So that's one of the big priorities for me. Some basic profession overviews, and I have to put emphasis here on the basic. I only want to have basic profession overviews, sort of what you would sort of look for if you come straight out of Shadowlands, land straight into Dragonflight, and you're like, oh, what the trippity-doo does all of this? What's going on here then? What's all of this quality business? Just some very basic profession overviews tailored to each profession in itself. So if you go straight into blacksmithing, these are things to watch out for. These are things to expect whilst leveling. These are new materials that you care about. So the very basic bits and pieces to catch people up, I think would be helpful to have. For the professions where it matters, we've already started this quite aggressively. We've been playing with prospecting the last few days, but getting prospecting calculators, getting milling calculators, disenchanting, we will see. There's going to be a lot more emphasis around disenchanting, I think, in Dragonflight, since one of the spectries very heavily goes to tweak and change and adjust things like disenchant rates. In Shadowlands, it was very clear. If you disenchant this piece of gear, it's going to give you these materials. It was very linear, very straightforward. A lot more flexibility with things like disenchanting rates come Dragonflight, which may in turn have a little bit of it may make what is I described enchanting yesterday as a really good example of business in the front, party out the back, right? Because when you first level enchanting, and my first impressions of enchanting were this is dog shit. This is actually tragic. This is terrible. Why do I care about this? It's really dull. It's really boring. I make very basic ring enchants, and then I make slightly better ring enchants. Zero level creativity there. But all of the fun, all of the cleverness, all of the new stuff for enchantings behind the scenes, it's all hidden in the spectries. And in turn is going to mean that those that utilize the right avenues in the spectries will be able to have far better disenchanting results than the average person, meaning that will reflect heavily in things like the cost of their crafting for the enchants themselves. So there is a touch of creativity with it, a little bit more than I thought, but that's also why I would like to get a little bit of testing of disenchanting done if possible. The other thing I want to have up and running is a basic 50 out of 100 leveling guide for each profession. It's going to feel weird talking about a 50 out of 100 leveling guide, but realistically, that's all that the leveling guides will be for the professions. Once you get much past 50 skill points, your heavy requirement on fulfilling work orders kicks in. I'm still worried that people won't like this. I'm still worried that when people realize it's a thing, they'll complain their ass off about it. Not really for any given reason, just because people like to feel as if they can complete something. And you're not going to be able to with professions in Dragonflight. You're going to have 100 skill points to max out any given profession. You're going to be able to stand at a trainer on your long boy, buy a few materials, and level up to about 50, roughly, very quickly and very easily in many cases, given deep enough pockets. But much past 50, you hit this brick wall. It feels like a brick wall, and it's going to really, really screw some people over. Because some people will still stay in that old mindset of, right, now I just need to craft 50 of these things. And they'll try and churn things out just to gain those skill points. When in reality, it's roughly at skill 50, you can sit back and go, right, from 50 to 100 is going to passively happen over the next few weeks or months when I fulfill work orders. It's not going to be that much of a strong criteria. But some basic 1 to 50 or 50 out of 100 leveling guides, however you see it, I want to have up and running. My cheat sheet really needs a global material list, which we might work on in the next couple of days, meaning that I can use this global material list to use the Trade School Master API, hopefully, I'm still talking with the TSM guys about what they're going to support and how they're going to support it. But the global material list for all the prices of all the materials and all the quantities of the materials, that's going to be quite an extensive list. I think putting it all in one place and then pulling that data into other places in the spreadsheet where it's needed will be very helpful. And like I said, finally, at least for the launch of Dragonflight, some TSM integration if and as and where possible. So that's the plan. That's the plan of action for the cheat sheet going forward, at least for the launch. Once the game is in our hands, we can then start maybe looking at doing smarter things with, you know, trying to more accurately calculate crafting costs and all of this sort of stuff. But that's the kind of min-maxy thing, the min-maxy side of stuff. I've got to get the basics in there first. And I think if I set myself some realistic targets for the launch of Dragonflight, we'll hopefully be able to achieve them. Because I've got two options, right? I either try and get the basics in place, but get the basics in place for all of the primary crafting professions, which I think will have the most benefit for the most people. Or I could just go, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do jewel crafting and I'm going to do leatherworking. If you also do leatherworking and jewel crafting, you'll have a field day. If not, screw you, because I haven't got any time to focus on them. I thought the first option was probably a better one, so we'll see. Can't make my mind up on which profession or which two to start with first. Half of them look really interesting and gold profitable. They are starting to look quite good. They are starting to, now that I've in quick succession gone through and leveled all of them, they are looking quite good. Now, the choice for me is simple, because the choice is already made for me. Jewel crafting and leatherworking, because my main character has had jewel crafting and leatherworking for more than a decade. I am not dropping those professions, even if they were F tier for gold making. They would be my first professions. But I'm also lucky that I do this for a living, so if I need to level up 2 or 3 characters and be a little bit degenerate playing, you know, 12 to 18 hours a day for a couple of weeks, I can do. My main characters kind of have most of the professions covered. So my hunter, my main character, has jewel crafting and leatherworking. My blacksmith has my paladin has blacksmithing and enchanting. And my mage, which is a tailor and has a spare spot currently. With it, I'm very tempted to throw Inscription on there, because I'm going to find it really hard to not play Inscription in the first few weeks, I reckon. So that's across 3 characters, 6 of the primary professions. That doesn't leave me engineering, and that doesn't leave me alchemy. I'll be still missing a couple, but they're on their own separate characters, which I unfortunately feel probably won't get much love. But that's just my position, because I've had those characters and I've had those professions on those characters for a long time. Is engineering better for crafting in Dragonflight than it was in Shadowlands? Can't decide if I want to keep my blacksmith engineering tool or make a new one with blacksmith jewel crafting. Jewel crafting will definitely be better. There's no question in my mind that jewel crafting will be better for the purpose of gold making. But let's not forget, the entire game is not revolved around gold making. You know, your professions, at least to some degree, should be determined by what you do in the game. Engineering is so heavily utility based that a lot of people want it just because of that. But we leveled up engineering yesterday. If you missed yesterday's bonus stream, we leveled up engineering yesterday. But right, okay, that was just my TLDR of what I want to achieve with the cheat sheet. And like I said, this is currently available for those who are a financial supporter of the channel. So, you know, Twitch sub, YouTube member, Patreon supporter. If you fall into one of those categories, firstly, thank you very much. Secondly, you have early access to this during the development stage as well. My long-term, I'll be honest and upfront, my long-term goal is still to have it similar to what my Shadowlands one was, which is free to everybody, or to as many people as possible. But at least pre-Dragonflight, when we're trying to get things up and running, and I can't guarantee it is fully complete and all of this sort of stuff. I like to give a little bit of an early access to those guys that, you know, keep me doing this. So that's about as fair a way as I feel I can do it, really. Jack, how we doing? Welcome in, my man. I mentally support this channel. You do indeed, yeah. You certainly point me in. You certainly have a knack for throwing a spectral squirrel into the mix. That's for sure. But what I wanted to do first thing, because it's intrigued me and I've seen a few people talking about it, is I want to test Darkmoon cards, which means we need to jump onto the scribe. Lots of people have been claiming that the aces are disgustingly rare relative to everything else. And I'm wondering if this is a by design mechanic for Darkmoon cards, because they operate in a different way this time round. The traditional way of milling herbs, making inks, turning inks into cards, and repeating that process forever and a day is likely to, well, it's different now. It's not going to be that way. For starters, when you look at, I haven't even unlocked it yet, have I? It's in here somewhere. Archiving, Darkmoon cards. We need to unlock this. Unlock you. What do we need? Like 10 points in this. 10 points here. That gives us the ability to unlock the Darkmoon mysteries, which gives us the Bundle O cards. Boom, there's our Bundle O cards. The aces are going to drop for Mythic Raid boss kills. There's early reports seem to say that the booster packs that scribes can make themselves. So if we see here, if we take a little bit of a look, where's he gone? Where's he gone? Here we go. Bundle O cards, Dragon Isles. The big obvious thing to note here straight away is that it doesn't require any herbs. 0 herbs are required to make these, which is the biggest change to Darkmoon cards from past expansions. Not a single herb goes into the purchase. So this is going to mean that any herbs initially are going to go elsewhere. Your herbalists are going to be going elsewhere. How do you get the awakened items again? Well, this is the thing. They kind of come from pretty much doing anything, really. It's a gathered item, just like not the awakened per se. There's the where are they? The rousing versions. Let's put these down in some sort of order here. You gain rousing air, very much like you would have done your moats or your primals in the past. You can herb for them. You can spec into herbalism to find more of them. You can mine and get them. You can skin and get these. So any form of gathering has a chance of providing you some of these rousing airs. You can kill mobs, grind mobs. You'll get them via that way. Some of the professions even have little ways and means, theoretically, of producing these. So there's going to be lots of different sources for these. That's something that's going to need to be a little bit more calculated, but when we come to do like our full material rundown, all of that will start to make a little bit more sense. Primal extraction spec for enchanting can get you rousings whilst disenchanting. Yeah, see, here you go. There's lots of different ways to in somewhat create them or to acquire them. Deliberately so, right? They've spread them about everywhere. So what will ultimately happen is the market will then be able to determine the value of these. Oh, you suspect but don't know for sure. I do think it's actually in the spec tree for... It's part of the spec tree for enchanting, I think. But yeah, this is going to be the big thing. I've already suspected that it's probably... This is my very, very first first impression is that your awakened orders could be in the region of... Sorry, your awakened elements could be in the region of about 500 to 1,000 gold apiece to begin with. Simply because the rousing, the small versions of, it makes sense that they're about 50 gold apiece. Although, here's the crazy thing, is these could even be more expensive. I'm valuing these somewhat similar to what a regular herb would be, or a regular piece of ore in the early days of an expansion. The problem with that mindset, though, is they could end up being rarer, because they're used quite heavily in professions as well. But 500 to 1,000 gold for each awakened doesn't feel outrageous for the beginning of the expansion. Could be more, could be a lot more if one of them ends up being exponentially rarer than another. This awakened order is a bit of a mystery to me already. There seems to be far less ways of creating this than there is the normal elemental ones. Your air, your earth, your fire, and your frost are, I believe, the sources of making and acquiring these are more. There's more ways to get this than there is the awakened order, let's put it that way. So this might end up being the bottleneck material in terms of these. So let's say each one of these is 1,000 gold apiece. That's 3, 6, 9, 12k. Let's say these are double the price because they're rarer. 12, 13, 14, 15. It could be close to 20k to make a bundle of cards in the first week. 20k for a single bundle of cards in the first week could make the decks quite expensive. But this pattern plays true like it normally does. What I need to do, though, is I need to craft a shitload of these, open a shitload of these, and then track the results. Because that'll tell us if there's any disparity between the cards. So, I want to craft... Science is 100, right? Science is at least 100 of these packs, right? And I should also point out, you can spec further into Darkmoon cards to get better results. Let me point out some of the bonuses you have here. So you have... where are they? There is some direct bonus. See, here we go. Plus 10 multi-craft when crafting bundle o cards, which will add up quite quickly if you're crafting a bunch of them. Now, obviously, the deeper they are in the spec trees, the longer it's going to take for people to have access to them. Equally meaning that, like, day one Darkmoon card prices are going to be ludicrous, but they're also going to drop in price very quickly as people start having access to this multi-craft. Yeah, there you go. Plus 40 multi-craft when crafting bundle cards. On top of plus 20, so that's plus 60, plus 70. Yeah, you're going to get plus 70 multi-craft. Which is 7% multi-craft just from the spec tree. Now, if you're going to go full hardcore Darkmoon mode, you might very... wisely be stacking multi-craft on your weapon, your profession tools as well. But yeah, what was it? If you spec into each one of the deck types, you can not only learn the Darkmoon deck box, which is let's call it the pro version of the card. Anybody can make the basic trinkets. They were item level 350 last time I looked at this. They might have changed. Anybody can make the basic trinkets, and those basic trinkets are bind on equip and so can be sold. But what people are really going to want is the Darkmoon deck boxes, which are like the pro versions. They're a higher item level, then they become bind on pickup. They require the basic deck to craft, and that's going to be where, what people actually really want eventually. There is a node you can spend 5 points here to increase the chance of finding fire cards when you open packs. Learn to extract awakened fire from Darkmoon cards. So here we go. You see, this is going to be like a bit of a little bit of a refund system on any bonus cards that become trash to you. Now, the likelihood is you're not going to it's not going to be very profitable to do this initially. But when Darkmoon cards start to stabilize a little bit, and when the market starts to get a little bit more competitive on its price, you might start to find. And let's not forget the individual cards are commodities, so they're on the region-wide auction house. So anybody across the entire region playing this mini game of Darkmoon cards is going to be competing in this arena. Any bonus cards, there is an ability to break them down. Learn to extract Awakened Fire from the Darkmoon cards. Is that actually a recipe to break them down? I can't remember. These are the boxes. So these are the ones that people actually want, you see. And these have a requirement of the regular... Yeah, they're still item level 350, look. The regular Darkmoon decks, which are bind on equip, which can be sold in the normal fashion. Item level 350, let me point out, is not outrageous. You pretty much... 369 is heroic dungeons. So 350 is still subpar. Sub-heroic dungeon quality even. Because in Shadowlands, one of the big reasons that Darkmoon cards were so popular in Shadowlands was that they were item level 200. When you would ding level 60 in item level 135-ish gear. So they were a monstrous upgrade for you straight away. And also, at the time, I think 183 was Mythic 0 gear. So they were like an item level 200 Darkmoon card in the first week of Shadowlands was like bonkers level crazy upgrade, which is why everybody wanted them. But why would we bother buying that? Well, like I said, the basic Darkmoon deck is not, strictly speaking, what people want. What people really want is to then use that as a material in making the Darkmoon deck boxes, which are then 382. So these then again sit at, let's call it Mythic Zeros in terms of quality. But pre-raid, probably for many classes and many specs, pre-raid BIS trinkets. Which is why people will want them. But these will be subject to work orders. So there's a bit of an interesting scenario about what's going on with this. You might find that scribes will look to craft the cards, sell some of the decks, but keep some of the decks to fulfill work orders. Because, as gross as it is, the only requirement of the person that puts in a work order for one of these is likely to be to provide the spark of ingenuity and to provide the primal chaos. They may not provide the Darkmoon deck of dance. Now, if they don't provide that, they're going to have to provide a tip that at least covers the cost of this. But then they get to choose it. So this is going to be a real weird scenario for sure, but... Aren't they also dependent on world drops? Well, you can... The only reliable source of Darkmoon deck cards I found out in the wild is by fishing, believe it or not. It is possible to fish up a soggy pack of Darkmoon cards, which is exactly the same as a regular pack of Darkmoon cards. But that could very much, if we calculated correctly, that making one of these packs could be in the region of 10 to 20,000 gold apiece in the first week. That makes fishing remarkably lucrative. You know, it's nice to fish up a bonus 20k, right? It could the individual cards could end up selling for a lot the first week. Sounds suspiciously like the time I get mats to upgrade them, I'll no longer need them. Then you got to be quick. Then you got to be speedy. The early bird catches the worm. If you're slow, you're going to miss out. Let's not forget, in every expansion launch to date, Darkmoon, not every, you know, the last couple, Darkmoon cards have been, Darkmoon trinkets have been big business, but it's a act fast or miss out market. It always has been. It lasts a week. It's good for 2 or 3 days. And then it gets competitive. And once it gets competitive is the point to where you should probably say, right, this is going to be too much effort from here on out. The difficulty might be nowadays is that people will be able to bang these out because they'll just sit at the auction house. These will be some of the most heavily sniped items, I would imagine, in the first few days. People will have a auction house open, and they'll be constantly scanning for these. Not necessarily the awakened versions, but the rousing ones, and they'll just be cherry picking them. There's going to be such heavy competition over these materials in the first few days, because gatherers won't have enough expertise to reliably get very many of them, and everybody is going to want them. That's why I say these things could easily be 500 to 1,000 gold a piece. It wouldn't surprise me if they go more, because of just how much people are going to want them. Every profession needs them in various quantities and amounts to level everything up. Once we start doing a few leveling guides and we can kind of get a bit of a shopping list of materials to level things up, we might start to get a better impression of just how many of these things might be, what the demand might be for these things. But I already sense that, we had 2,000 gold heavy callous hide in the first, patch. It wouldn't be ridiculous for me to assume that these things would end up being a similar price. We know that rousing fire is in major demand for engineering. Yeah, we went through a whole 30, 40 awakened fire. I think we went through leveling engineering, and that's just one person leveling up one profession. 30 to 40 awakened fire. Let's just say 30. 30 awakened fire is the same as finding 300 rousing fire. 300 rousing fire is going to take, let's just say, a herbalist going out, laser focusing them. It's going to take that herbalist a good few hours to physically acquire that amount of rousing fire in the first place, even if they know what they're doing. And like I said, the thing is people won't know what they're doing. Gatherers won't have had time to spec into to make the choice to spec towards farming these things. It's very obvious, and I know it's obvious because even I fell into the trap of this, of looking at herbalism as a gathering profession and going, you know what? I know where the best place to spend my spec points is. The best place to spend my spec points is getting more herbs. Yeah, I don't think it will be. I think the real money will be in making it so that you gather these things more effectively. And like I said, it's not just because of this Darkmoon trinkets business. It's more because that these are used in practically every single profession. So many patterns in so many professions require either awakened or rousing versions of these. They've gone really quite heavy with their use of these. And it'll all balance itself out eventually. But it just means it's going to be a really top-heavy demand for these, I feel, in the first couple of weeks. Right, so let's make sure I have enough of these. I need to just buy 300 of each, don't I? That's the easiest thing to do. 300 of each and then a bunch of glittering parchments. 300 of each of the awakened, and then glittering parchments are probably in here. No, of course not. Where's these parchments? No. Who's yoinked my parchments? Oh, here we go. What? Why can't I buy in quantity? Was it 3 for each of them? Just buy a bunch. Yeah, see, this is why I think that it's interesting they've put the aces on the vendor. I also have this sneaky suspicion that they're going to make it so that crafting the ace or finding the ace in a booster pack is like finding a Charizard. For any old school Pokemon card collector, you'll understand that reference. Or the Blastoise. Blastoise was easy to get. I had loads of the things. Evoker might be a way to go for gathering with the Racial that gives more from gathering. Perception. They get a bonus to perception, I think, don't they? Yeah. Which should increase their chances of getting the rare items, which in turn will be these things, you're right. Hands down though, Gyarados was the coolest. Shame it came from a flipping Magikarp in the first place, right? From a true ugly duckling tail there. Where's me Darkmoon cards then? Right, let's make 100 of these. Oh, it's going to take a while just to craft 100 booster packs. My lord, okay. Well, at least they stack. We're going to have to leave this to do its thing for a while then. Now, from past testing, you pretty much got 2 cards per pack. So this first bunch of 100 Darkmoon card packs. Is this... Oh my lord, I've just realised this stream is going to turn into a pack opening stream, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. This is with no major bonus to the Darkmoon stuff. Once we've done this, we'll do it again. We'll make a baseline. We'll craft 100 of these to make it a baseline. Oh, flippy doodah. I've gone into the specs and it's cancelled me. Cancelled me craft queue. God damn you, game. Go. The monthly version of Black Market Auction House boxes. Darkmoon booster packs openings. Yeah. Dibs on Charizard. But yeah, if we do a first baseline of 100 packs, that realistically should probably get us 200 cards. Now that's still not really actually a solid. I still don't think 100 packs is even science, right? Because there's 8 cards per deck. There's 4 decks, so that's 32. Realistically meaning that you should be opening at least... You need at least 320 cards to be crafted before you can sort of say that there's some element of science there. That gives you the possibility for it to line up nicely. If maths was perfect, that means you'd get 10 of each cards crafted. But even then, that's not really great for giving you, like... Hopefully... Okay, let's tie all of this round into one sentence, Manthias. Hopefully, if we craft enough cards, we'll see a disparity between one and the other. So, hopefully, we'll see... You know, if aces are 10 times rarer than every other card, it will become apparent quite quickly. Did I mention I completed the Veilstrider achievement yesterday because I'm awesome that way? Or a no lifer, you pick. Hey, a little bit of both. Congrats, man. That's you can turn off Shadowlands right now. Just in time for Wrath, maybe. Just in time to play a bit of Wrath for a month or so. I gave up with that achievement very quickly. I knew I'd be way too busy to try and do that. I should also point out with these bundle of Darkmoon cards businesses that they don't have any limited time creations in them anymore. Why did we get an inspired creation? There doesn't seem to be any indication that that should be a thing. We know that multicraft is a thing. Inspiration's not meant to be a thing. This means the bonus stats are still kicking in. Even though there's no UI to display them. Well, I set it to craft 100. If we end up with more than 100, we'll find out if there's any shenanigans going on. The interesting thing is that this is actually doing bits for level. It's slow, mind, because these are green, but this could be, for those that, you know, you're going to be able to level up your Dragon Isles Inscription pretty high just off crafting these. Did you check just to be sure it's not a wrong label? Well, we'll do the maths after. It does look like it was a multi-proc, actually. We've got one more than we should do. I think we got a bonus pack. You had 8 when you switched tabs, and then you started 93. Oh. Maybe not then. I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. All I care for is we're going to open 100 packs. How we get them, we'll figure out that shenanigans later. How about this for interactive stream content, though, boys and girls? Me sitting here crafting Darkmoon deck packs. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Another inspired creation. Another inspired creation. Tooltip doesn't indicate that there's any difference to it. $89, $90. I wonder if it's resourcefulness. That could also be a thing. Yeah, it may not be inspiration. 93, 94. $95, $96. 7. Okay, at 75 they went grey. You can get up to 75 with Inscription if you're just going to do Darkmoon cards like a crazy person. Right, there we go. Stop it there. 100 packs. First 100 packs. So, from previous testing, now I can show you what I was trying to show you in here, was that initially you should, if everything is the same as what it was, get 2 cards out of each one of these on average. If you spec into specific cards, there is, you know, after a few points, there is a spec tree that says increases your chance of finding cards of fire. Now, I wonder if that is increasing. Will that increase the quantity of cards you find? Will if this procs, if this, you know, kicks in, will this just give you an extra card, or does it just improve your chances of it being fire? You know, and then if you improve the chance of finding fire, then, well, what happens when you improve your chance of finding frost? Does it neutralize, you know, and you do the same for here, and you do the same for here. So what I want to do is open 100 packs now, see how many cards we get, then spec into here on all 4 of them, do another 100 and see how many cards we get that time, to see if this is actually going to just give you straight up more cards, or whether it's just tweaking whether it just gives you a bonus to one card type or another. And if all bonuses increase equally, then you're back to square one. There's also, you go down further somewhere. Oh, is there not anymore? Oh. There was additional bonuses once upon a time to these. Maybe there isn't anymore. Ah, fair enough. And then once we've done test number 2, the third test is to max out our skill tree, min-max our stats here, and then see what goes when it comes to, like, how much can we stack multi-craft, how much can we stack resourcefulness. Then we can do silly things after. Right, first 100 packs then. Let me, for sanity purposes, block off this. They're going to all filter in here to begin with. Oh, we don't get a loot window for these because it's not a craft thing. Okay. Maybe I put this then up here for now. What? No. I didn't want... No, I don't want to change it to... I'm just moving it there. That's all I'm doing. Right. No. Can we do... Create new window. Loot. Now, is it smart like it used to be? Is it smart? No. None of this jazz. All I want it to do is have item loot. Right, there we go. Okay, it's still going to be tiddly, but that's as big as we can get it. Plus, you can see what's going on in here anyway. Right, let's 8 of earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Move this out of the way. 8 of earth, 5 of earth, 5 of fire, 6 of earth. Did we only get 1 from that? Ugh. We only got 1. Unless we got an 8 of... Oh, I don't know. Let's just open them. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, there wasn't really much point messing about. I could have slowed this down and I could have dragged this out for hours. Good night. There we go. Oh, an ace comes out. It's epic.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Oh. Who be this? Zug Zug, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Welcome in, my man. Aces are epic. Aces are epic. Ooh. We hit the money train. No gifters. Sorry, my man. There's a few gifters kicking about occasionally. Right, well, we opened 50 packs. After 50 packs, we only got the 1 ace out of it. Let's put the rest of these in their right places then. 8 of air. 7 of earth. 3 of frost. 8 of frost. Are these commodities? Oh my lord. I'm just... Oh, the temptation. The temptation. The big goblin play. It would be a monstrous goblin play, I tell you that. But the big goblin play. Now that these are going... Now that Darkmoon cards are going region-wide, the monstrous goblin play is to stranglehold the economy on the aces. If you clearly can figure out that one is rarer than the other, you don't technically need to craft a single card to make a stupid amount of gold. pretty pretty good luck getting all of the other cards for 3 different decks out of 50 packs by the looks of things. Still oh no, hang on. Did we get all of them? I didn't even spot these. I'm missing a 5 of Wizzy Woo Wars. Was that the only one I was missing? 5 of air. Only missing a 5 of air to complete one of each decks after 50 card packs. But still only 1 ace. Okay, next 50 packs then. Do I... No, we do 100 packs at a time. Oh, there we go. There's our 5 of air. Well. Well then. Well then. We opened 100 packs. From 100 packs, we got 1 ace. Well then. Right, quick maths time. Quick maths. What was it 3 of each of the things? Right. If a conservative price of 500 gold for each awakened at the start of the expansion, not taking into consideration that I think the awakened order are significantly more difficult to get your hands on. So let's just say a very conservative, because let's not forget 500 gold for an awakened is the equivalent of 50 gold for a single rousing, which is not out of the realms of possibilities at all, considering it's quite possible for a single flipping herb to be 50 gold at the start of an expansion. You've still got 25 gold Widow Bloom in flipping retail right now. So a conservative 500 gold for each. Multiplied that by what? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Gives you a 7,500 gold. 7,500 gold per pack. A very conservative 7,500 gold a pack. We opened 100 packs. And we got 1 ace. These are going to be expensive, boys. Boys and girls. Get your wallets ready. We're looking at million gold trinkets. These are million gold trinkets. Are they worth 1 million gold? Players are gonna explode if we end up with 1 million gold trinkets. What item level's the trinket? It's a 350 BOE. But it's also required to make the bigger one. These are too expensive. These are too expensive. This needs adjusting. These are too expensive. And I would like to clarify that my 500 gold per awakened was conservative. This is a conservative price. Let's say you have let's say the other end of the spectrum. Let's say, you know, a not so conservative price of 1,000 gold apiece for your awakens doubles that price. 1.5 million gold for an ace. That's too much. It's too much. You can't expect somebody to buy 4-5 tokens worth of gold. That puts a real world value on a Darkmoon trinket of like $100. It's too much. It's too much. There needs to be more to this. There needs to be more to this. There needs to be either more reliable ways of acquiring the aces, or this is too much. How many actual cards did we end up with in total? What was our average card pull per pack? Right, this is going to take a bit of a time, but this is annoying. 3 plus 3 plus 8 plus 6 plus 15 plus 9 plus 14. 58 earth cards. Why am I not putting this in the spreadsheet? Why, for the love of all that's holy, am I not putting this information in the spreadsheet? We're going to make a new sheet simply for Darkmoon cards. Because I think we're going to need to. Rename Darkmoon cards. Delete. Right. So let's put some criteria about what it was. 100. Hang on. How am I gonna track this? Oh, I'll just track the data and I'll make it look pretty in a minute. 100 packs. Packs opened. Total cards. Breakdown of cards. So we can do earth, fire, how have I set them out here? Earth, fire, frost, air. What's going on here? Earth, fire, frost. Then we're gonna have. Hang on. This lot. And then we're gonna have ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh. Alright, we'll do it this way then. Something like that will make it easy to work out what's going on. Right, let me just bang these numbers in real quick. Let me do this slightly off to the side. It'll be easier. And then we don't need all of this. Don't need calculator business when we've got spreadsheets. It's kind of the point, right? Right, so 0, 0, 0, 1 on the aces. 3, 3, 8, 6, 15, 9, and 14. Fire, 7, 7, 3, 12, 4, 5, and 7. 8, 10, 10, 7, 7, 6, and 3. And then air, 8, 10, 10, 7, 7, 6, and 3. Okay. So now we can do a simple sum of this lot. 207 cards from 100 packs. So that's a little over 2 cards per pack average. A little over 2 cards per pack. Other notes should probably be that we didn't, like, zero spec bonus. You duplicated frost values on air. Oh, did I? Oh, shoot. Oh, I did. Haha. I read the same road twice. What a donkey. Good spot. Well done. I'm glad somebody's paying attention. This is the problem of me doing this on stream. I make way more mistakes. And I invalidate my own data real quick. So we can actually see that's far more sensible, right? We got 201 cards. Presumably, then that means that the ace was a bonus, right? We got exactly 200 cards normally, and then the ace was the bonus. There's seemingly a 1% or 0.5% chance by this very limited amount of data. There's a 0.5% chance for an ace to drop. Now, we need to make more packs, and we need to open more packs, and we need to get more data so we can do comparisons. That is a scary, scary situation. An incredibly scary situation. A scary situation which means you are going to want to stack things like multicraft to the hills. So next, I guess we test. What's the next logical progression? The next logical progression to spec into these a little bit more. To go.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Hoflast, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate it, my man. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Thanks to the coffee, Yuhlamokka. Hey. Life revolves around coffee. I guess the next thing to test is to put a bunch of points into each one of these, which in theory will increase our chances of finding rare cards. Open another 100 packets and see if we get more than the 200 cards. See if putting points into this actually relates to more cards being created. I think that's what we're going to need to do. So we're going to need to unlock all 4 spec trees. So we need to go. That's also going to give us a touch of multicraft as well. But we won't take multicraft into consideration just yet. Although we need to put all points we can in here. Am I 1 point short? Are you jesting right now? Okay. Luckily we can get some more. Could do 100 packs with only one of the subspecs done to see the weighting. I could, but it takes a long ass time to craft just 100 packs. I'm trying to keep the variables to a minimum. I only want 3 different examples. I want a nothing scenario, which we've just done. If you just unlock Darkmoon cards and then go to town, what happens? Then I want an intermediate one, which will be specking into giving you bonus chance to all of these. And then I want a hardcore balls to the wall, everything maxed, super duper mega points situation. so that you can see day 1 scenario, once people have had time to level up a little bit scenario, and then 6 months down the line when people are churning these out like crazy scenario. So now we need 5 points in each one of these to give us the increased chance. Oh, hang on, reset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, there's also a lot of logic to say that one of the decks will probably end up being the BIS deck. Always happens every time. Unfortunately, the Earth one is probably the one that is going to be the duffer, the one that nobody cares about, because it's the if I understand it right, it's the let's take a quick look actually. Call a refreshing dance that bounces 5 to 12 times between friends and foes within 25 yards, dealing 2200 nature damage or 4k healing. The number of bounces is determined by the top card. Periodically shuffle the deck, blah, blah, blah. So that's, you know, it has agility. This is your alternative agility one. Hurl a smouldering inferno at the target that deals a bunch of damage. So we've got Inferno is the single target, Dance is your multi-target, or your AoE. You then have Rhyme, deal a bunch of frost damage to your target and apply an awakened Rhyme for 4 to 12 seconds. If the target dies whilst the awakening Rhyme is active, it explodes for 20k frost damage in a 10k radius. That's also monstrous. That's another very powerful AoE one. That's your Mythic Plus. That's your Mythic Plus card, weirdly. Because you're going to Zerg down something, and then it's going to burst and do 20k damage to everything else that's clustered. That's monstrous for Mythic Plus. And then Watcher. Grant the Watcher's blessing for 5 to 12 seconds and an absorb shield for 8k. If the damage depletes whilst the Watcher's blessing active, gain a bunch of verse for the same duration. Okay, yeah, so there's your tank one. That's your tank one, which in turn will equally be the cheap one, the one that people care about a lot less. Because, you know, that's your tank. That's the less desirable one of the 4. The other 3, though, without any form of test. Obviously, you've got the Dance, which is very clearly your healer one. The fact that when it pops off, it's going to do a bunch of healing. So that's very clearly your healer one. Healer / small amount of AoE. But mostly the healer one. So it's going to be Inferno or Rhyme are the 2 that are going to... Inferno or Rhyme are going to be the 2 that people are going to want. Either just disgusting amounts of single target damage, or like Zergy explosive, because you could do ridiculous damage with this in a Mythic Plus scenario. Yeah. My quick, very limited overview of these is it's going to be the Inferno and the Rhyme, which are going to be the popular 2, of which are the Frost deck and the Fire deck. So Frost and Fire are going to be the big ones that people want. Your healer deck is the air one, and your tank deck is the earth one. Okay, that's putting yet more strain on, because your, where was it, somewhere in here, didn't it say something along the lines of where was it? Where was the chance to make a where was the chance to make an essence thingy? Where was that gone? Did I dream that up? I don't know, maybe I made that up. In the elements themselves. Oh, here we go. Learn to extract awakened fire from Darkmoon cards. But what does it mean from Darkmoon cards? Does that mean it's going to be in the boosters? Does that mean it's going to be in the booster packs when you open those, that you might find awakened fire in them? I mean, I know there's only one way to find out. I'm just trying to... Let me just clarify that there's not like a break down a Darkmoon card ability or something. I vaguely remember there being something like that that intrigued me, which is why I'm... Oh, here we go. Yeah, I knew it was a thing. Extract the following components from Darkmoon cards of air. This will destroy the Darkmoon card in the process. So, any incredibly heavy oversupply will likely lead to you being able to chunk them. You're not going to put the ace in there, but it will allow you to chunk them back down to get some resources back. So that you could, in theory, if you really wanted to laser focus on making nothing but the fire and the frost decks, you could do a bunch of like mini shuffling. But have I not worked out how you unlock these extraction things yet? Where's Inscription? Where do we get those from? I haven't worked out where we get the extractions from yet. So that's still a question mark in there of where we get the ability to even do these. Because you don't learn this ability through the spec trees. You don't learn this ability when you level the profession. So you've got to go out there and learn this from somewhere. I'm pretty sure that's from the spec tree, from the 25 points in each element. Do you reckon that teaches you the ability as well? It might do. It might do. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, well let's do sanity check number 2 then. Let's test just how much of an increase to Darkmoon cards you can get. Let's craft another 100 packs. Craft another 100 packs, open another 100 packs and see what we get. We are going to need 100 packs worth of materials to do that. Let's just, for now, get rid of all of this. Rouse it. Awakened Earth. Technically, 100 packs should be 300 of each. What we can also do, if we're smart, is start to see the effect of multi-craft here as well. Earth, fire, frost, air, awakened air, and awakened order as well, wasn't it? Is that in theory now enough for 300 decks? Sorry, 100 booster packs, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, that's technically enough for 100 booster packs. So our middle of the run scenario is that you've put a bunch of points in to get more of these. So what's this? 40, 50, 60, 70 points spent, which is a combination of leveling the profession and probably a week of effort, right? You're probably not going to be able to achieve this much within a week, I don't think. Now, usually the first week of the expansion is where Darkmoon decks do crazy, crazy things. But they're clearly trying to slow down this craziness. So, let's get those crafting. Let's get those being made then. Those 100 booster packs. What I'll do is I'll set them all to go. And this will then see how multicraft kicks in. Technically, if multicraft does its job properly, we should end up with 106 decks by the end of it. Assuming when multicraft procs, it gives us +1 packs of cards. You're going to want to move the first pack. Yeah, I will. I'll put all of these in the bank in a minute. I'll just get the cards crafted to begin with. What's the item level of the normal dungeon trinkets? Normal dungeons are going to be about 350, I reckon. Still says inspired. That's also inspired. Nothing happened on the inspired ones, though. Right. I only had enough materials to create exactly 100. I don't want the same thing to happen that happened yesterday, or the other day, where I start looking at my cheat sheet and I then miss a bunch of things going on. I'm going to edit my cheat sheet off to the side so at least this is still being captured. So no spec bonus on that first run of data. I'm going to duplicate that. We're going to open another 100 packs. We're going to do 70 points. 70 point spec bonus, which equates to a multicraft +4. A +4! Oh, damn, son. That's big. That's big. Either we hit the absolute jackpot there, or that multicraft proc is huge. What did we say? 7,500 gold a pack? That proc itself was that was a 30k gold proc. Huge. Monstrous. See, I'm glad another +3, look. Multicraft meta. And this is without using any profession tools, right? Let's not forget that smart goblins will be stacking multicraft like an absolute moron in these slots as well. Not so easy for me to do at the moment because I don't have access to the full economy, but now obviously you'll take that into account when it comes to like overall crafting costs. I'm waiting to see more procs now. Screw my spreadsheet. I'll do spreadsheet stuff in a minute. See, this is the thing that the people that get it. But the people that don't think it's completely weird. But for me as a crafter, the excitement of something like this procking is the reason why I would play with professions. You know, out of nowhere, out of what you could easily claim to be another +3, out of the hard work that you put into professions, out of the effort that you go completing your dailies to get knowledge points, you know, all of the planning, the preparation leads to when something like this goes off and it just prints you money. Boom. Your hard work is printing you gold. It's a remarkably rewarding feeling. You know, people who love to raid often can't really describe why they love to raid other than, you know, the enjoyment of killing bosses and getting loot and that sense of achievement by overcoming something that's difficult. For crafters, this is the crack cocaine for crafters right now. Why did it stop? Why did it stop? Why did it stop with 29 still to go? This is why I bought the exact quantity of materials needed. So that if it stopped, we could keep going, and I don't know why it stopped then. We've gained +9 bundles so far from Multicraft, which is nearly... We've far and exceeded what this, in theory, would do. Because in 10 packs time, everything else becomes a bonus. So we are 2 crafts away from everything being a bonus. For the spreadsheet, I'll only open 100, and I'll explain why in a minute. So now we're in bonus territory. Everything we're making now is bonus crafts based on the multi-craft. Go on, last proc, you would. No, okay, there we go. So we got 9 bonus packs out of that, which is actually not far off this 7%, right? We crafted 100. We would have expected, by the law of maths, we would have expected 7 bonus packs. We ended up with 9. So we won the RNG game a touch there, but it was not excessive, which is fine. So for the purpose of the spreadsheet, what I'm going to do now is only open 100 of them. And it's because of how you should think about multicraft. We bought materials to make 100 packs. So we have an initial cost, right? If we spent, we had to buy those materials in the first place. We had an initial cost. So if we then can convert those materials, we expect to get 100 packs out of them. Any bonus packs, you have to consider those as a bonus. You calculate bonus procs separately. So now what we can do is we can open 100 packs and we can reevaluate what we get from here. We can see now that we've spec'd in whether we're going to get any bonus cards. That's the only way we can track the bonus cards in this scenario. What we're trying to do realistically is see if those points in the spec tree to give you a extra chance of gaining fire, frost, air, or earth cards, does it give you more cards, or does it just improve the chances of that type of card being pulled? That's what we're trying to find out. The bonus cards, what you can then do is you can open the bonus cards and calculate those separately, and any value gained from the bonus packs can be directly minused off your initial crafting cost. Wouldn't you just expect 7 procs, not 7 packs? Seems like the amount of packs has its own percentage. It may be. The reality is we got 9 bonus packs. My expectation would be that, to craft additional items. Now, it does say items, it does say it's plural. And you would, in theory, expect it to proc. If you crafted it 100 times, you'd expect it to hit a multi-craft 7 times. And 7 times a multiple could be considerably more. But RNG is RNG. We can only do what the game does. The reality is we crafted 100 with a 7% multi-craft, and we got 109. Percentages don't always land exactly where you expect them to. But right, I need to do some shuffling and some rejigging about. We need to put some cards away in the bank so that they don't get mixed up. Make it easy to track what we pull from 100 packs here. Now, like I said, at the moment, I'm not trying to calculate costs. None of this effort so far, none of this is to try and calculate costs straight away. You need your baseline figures. You need to have an understanding of how the system works, and so that you can then have an understanding of what you should expect. Then you can start working out costs. I'm testing at the moment the Spectre options, because it might not be worth spending all those points to unlock the Spectres. The reality of it could be is that if these bonuses aren't substantial, you might actually be better off spending no additional points over here, but putting the points somewhere else in the tree, that is going to help you improve that multi-craft, to help you improve something else. These knowledge points are super, super valuable at the beginning. So pumping them all into here is the logical thing to do. It looks like the right thing to do because it's going to increase this. But if this increase is not more than the increase you can gain elsewhere by doing something else, that's what we've got to find out. Let's just put them all in here for now. I'm going to be really anal about this and make them look neat and tidy even in the bank. Which is a silly move, but it's the kind of stupid thing I do. 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s, and 8s. Are they going to go in that order anyway? Oh, they do go in that order anyway. Well, that's perfect. And aces can go in here because they're special. Right. What I also need to do is I'm going to deposit. Do I have a bag? I need a bag. Because I can't put me bonus cards in. Oh, foobar. Hang on. I don't want to accidentally start opening more card packs, so I need to put the bonus card packs in there as well. How do I get a bag quickly? This is the strangest scenario in history, but I wonder if there's... Oh yeah, just give me a cheap basic one from a vendor. Thick hide pack, boom, 14 slot bag. We're good. We're good. Pull up the long boy and buy one. No long boy on test realms. Pre-made characters. No long boys. Right, put that. Where did it go? Put that in there. What a ridiculous scenario. Right, I need 9 of those. 9 bonus ones go in there. Right. Let's now open these next 100 cards. Oh! Back-to-back aces. Ace of Frost and a second Ace of Air. Back to back. Weirdly. Oh, another one. An Ace of Earth. Okay. This is already starting to indicate that bonus to pulling the cards seems to heavily favour the ace. Another Ace of Fire. Okay, we're nearly through. Oh, we got some doubles. It took us a while, but we hit some dupes. We pulled some doubles. Okay. There we go then. Right. Right, now to make it look neat and tidy and jot it all down. So we need... What did I have? Earth at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of Earth. Hang on, where's my aces? fire, air. I swear I got some more races. Frost. And earth. Did I actually just get one of each? I think I genuinely got one of each. The Spectre's definitely done something. Let's put them all in the right places. Three, 4, 5, 6. Four, 5, 6, 7, 2. Three of some in. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? You're in the wrong spot. 4, 5, 8. Oh no! Oh no! What's going on here? Done a real foobar. Everything's gone Pete Tong. Did we not get any 5 of? Oh, we did. We got lots of them. Right, there we go. Okay. Right. Put in some numbers then. Put in some numbers. So we got one of those. 7, 3, 10, 7, 4, 7, and 5. One of those. 5, 7, 7, 6, 6, 17. My God. 17 and 10. 1, 7, 6, 10. 5, 4, 7, and 7. And then finally, it doesn't seem as if it's giving us any more cards. It is genuinely just an increase in quality, which ultimately means it might just be... Hang on, let me finish numbers. I can't do two things at once. My brain's way too caveman for that. Not 109. Right. Yeah, so we actually pulled less cards than we did before, but with a much more heavy weighting on the aces. Now, there's a real problem with this, is this is not statistically accurate. This could have just been a bad batch. This could have been a good batch. This is not enough cards to determine whether this was a good batch or not. We can't really determine much from that, unfortunately. Yeah, that doesn't tell us a lot. It looks good because we pulled 3 more aces than we did in the first batch. But we can't statistically determine that that is actually because of the spec points. This could have just been a good batch of cards. What we do know is that categorically, speccing into improving your chances of getting certain elemental cards means practically nothing, because it doesn't increase the amount of cards that you get. It's not like it procs bonus cards, which leaves me to believe it practically does nothing. You need way more packs to average out. Yeah, this is the thing. This number of packs and this number of cards is not statistically accurate, I think is the probably the correct term to use. As this is within margin of error. Getting 1 the first time and getting 4 the next time. I mean, that could just be it. Need more than 1,000 packs. Yeah, I think that might be a thing. I might have to just stack them up to the hills and then craft. I'm probably not going to do it on stream because crafting 1,000 packs in and of itself is going to take an hour or so just to do. But I think that's what we need to do. But let's not forget one effect that you are going to have off this is we do technically have 9 bonus packs. You can't discount the fact that there's 9 bonus packs. Packs opened 100. Okay, we should probably rename this to packs crafted. Not even that. How do I want to annotate this correctly? I don't know. Packs opened is actually correct. I don't know. I guess we have just bonus packs. Which we should probably track. We've got 9 bonus packs at this point. That was because we had a what was it, a 7% multi-craft. I track it for the purpose of the sheet, but it doesn't make a huge amount. Which in theory could mean that you'd get 10% more cards because of the... You do get 10% more bonus. But these bonus packs, anything you get from these should directly be taken off. Should be taken off your initial costs, not going in here. Okay, now I probably want to go... Actually, there doesn't appear through the spec trees to be anything else that potentially could increase the yield. The only thing that I want to test now is when we spec 20 points in each one, whether opening booster packs now starts giving us awakened essences as well. As if that's the case, oh mama. Because that's every time you open a pack, if it also provides you with an awakened fire, that's directly saving you gold. You have to spend it, but it's a reimbursement of. So now we need to put another 5, 10, 15 points into each tree. And see if we can start zerging essences. Was this one, right? Yeah. Okay. All of these in the bank. We can turn these into decks and play around with all of those later. Whoa, hang on. Why are all my... Why is there 7s of fire all in here? Do they only stack to 20? They only stack to 20. Alright, fine. That was me assuming they were going to stack to like a bajillion. Apparently not. Alright. Bonuses are in here. Where did my aces go then? My aces are going in here. Okay. Back on the craft. 100 more packs. Or firstly, the materials to make 100 more packs. Was it 3 parchments per pack? Yeah. So I need 300 of you to begin with. Then we need 300 of each of these. Where have they gone? Awakened air. Earth. Fire. And frost. Air, earth, fire, frost. And then order. Where's he gone? There we go. Right. We put another 15 points into each spec tree. We didn't gain any additional multi-craft. Did we gain anything else from this? What did we get halfway through? What did we get when we put 1 point in each one anyway? Learn to harness the burning components of certain Darkmoon cards and craft more powerful versions of your Darkmoon decks, gaining +1 skill per point in this specialization. See, that's... Okay, that's going to then be, presumably, for the benefit of then making these. You can now see we're stacking skill points really high when it comes to making these. We're already, with however many points we've put in the spec tree, without any profession tools, up to quality 2, nearly quality 3 trinkets already with, what is it, 40, 50, well that's 80, 90, 130 points. 130 points in the tree. And we're able to make quality, still only quality 2 decks. But obviously we've spread the love. The likelihood is that you're going to focus spec points very aggressively into the ones that are good. Which means boo hiss if you happen to want the dance or the watcher trinkets, because the likelihood of people being able to make high quality... These are going to take second place, I would imagine. Most sensible Steves will put more of their points into fire and frost to begin with. +10 skill when making the rhyme deck box. Yeah, there you go. That's going to really help. Plus the extra, so that's +15. And then you need to max this out to be able to use the special finishing reagents on them. Yeah, people are going to want to complete these for sure. They'll complete the fire one, they'll complete the frost one first, and then they'll start putting points over here, I reckon. Would be the priority system for most. Or it would be the one I would use. Let's put it that way. Right, let's stop chatting and let's start crafting packs, because this takes a while. Right, create all, go. Right, packs are going to go in here. I'm going to leave this to do its thing. This is going to take a few minutes, so I'm going to take this opportunity to go grab a drink real quick. I'm out of coffee, and where there's no coffee, there's no love. So we are... I'm going to go grab a drink for a couple of minutes, entertain yourselves. If you're so inclined, maybe see what that sub button does. I hear it does magical things. But I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Okay, how are we doing? Jesus, we still only made 40 of those in all that time? Lord have mercy. It's going to take a long time crafting all these bundle packs. Sham, welcome in. How we doing? Wrath hype. I'm in two. I installed Wrath. Oh, we got a multi-craft. Look, I installed Wrath. I'm not still 100% convinced I'm going to play. Not 100% convinced. Hashtag not sponsored, by the way, but it's Mango Loco time. Easily the best monster flavour in my opinion. No competitions. Now I'm interested in Inscription to main first in pairing with something. So you see, I'm probably going to, if you continue to watch the streams on a regular basis, every time we deep dive and focus into a profession, I will probably end up accidentally hyping it up to a few people. But truth be told, the reason I wanted to look at Inscription in a bit of detail today is for the very simple reason that historically it's been an incredibly good gold maker for the first few, first few week or so of the expansion. What's slightly concerning though is with my conservative pricing for these awakened essences, the price of these Darkmoon trinkets could be bananas. Actually bananas. Because the in past expansions, right, you've had, let's say you've had a 50k crafting cost, you would then sell your trinket for like 250, 300, 400k. You know, whatever it cost you, you were multiplying that by 3 or 4 times. If it costs you 700,000 gold to acquire an ace, we have problems there, right? We have problems. If the aces end up being so ridiculously expensive and you cannot craft a deck without the ace, the rest of the cards very quickly and easily will just get tanked into the ground because it'll just become chasing the ace. Not dragon. We ain't chasing the dragon here. We're chasing the ace. If you chase the ace, when you get the ace, you make a deck and you win. Or you choose to sell the ace to some other poor sucker. Or you do what I'm very tempted to do, which is just to create a bit of a stranglehold on the aces region-wide. You craft your own aces, or I'm going to buy them. That could be really funny, couldn't it? Especially on a region-wide auction house. If you got deep enough pockets, let's say you're willing to spend 500,000 gold on every ace that turns up. Do you think you could artificially manipulate the price of them due to the incredible cost of creating one in the first place? Ooh. Dude, don't strangle your ace on stream, TOS. Alright. Relax. Okay, we've made 100 packs then. This time we got 12 bonus packs. Our multi-craft didn't change in any way, shape or form. So we got 9 once, 12 the next. Let's go put the bonus packs in the bank so we don't accidentally open those and get all confused. The white one's in my top 2 as well. The white monster. I've heard through the grapevine, not entirely sure how true this is, but white monster and white wine is apparently a play. Cannot confirm nor deny, but I have been told on multiple occasions that it's quite good. It sounds a bit odd to me, but right. Right, let's open 100 packs and see what we get. We are hunting aces. What we would hope to expect when opening these now, just as a sanity check before we fire through them. We should realistically now be gaining awakened fire from Darkmoon cards. Or hang on. Oh. No. All it did was teach us this ability. Okay, well that's confirmed then. Hang on, let me update my cheat sheet. We're unlikely to get unlikely then to get essences in the packs. Sheet, inscription, extraction, spec tree. What was the spec tree name? Archiving. What was it? 20 points? It must be 20 points. 5, 10, 20 points. Oh no, that's not what I expected to happen. Good old Excel doing Excel things. Air, earth. Fire. Oh, hang on. OCD. Boom. And frost. Right. Another 100 packs. Got double 3 of air. Statistical probabilities are kicking in again here. Oh, there we go. There's our first ace. Took 40 packs. I wonder if when we get the doubles, I wonder if that's because the spec tree bonus thing's kicking in. But that, no, it can't be even. I think just the fact that we're hitting the same one twice is just pure luck. Okay. Our very last pack gave us an ace. Sadistically possible. Yeah. If you are so inclined. Okay, this was actually not worth doing. If I can already sense that this 100 packs was not really worth doing. What we're probably going to need to do now is do a hardcore balls to the wall, min-max the crap out of, you know, like multi-craft situation. There doesn't seem to be much ability to change the yield of cards from these booster packs, regardless how many spec points you spend. That's kind of the conclusion I'm coming to. We're still getting, on average, 2 cards per booster pack, regardless. So let's jot these down. We start with Earth, Ace of Earth, Frost, 2 of Air, 4 of air. Could do it this way, couldn't I? That's I see, that's really sensible. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Frost. Ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Base 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Spreadsheet time. Spreadsheet time. So we opened 100 packs. We got one of those. 1, 4, 10, 11, 9, 8, 3, and 9. 3, 9, 5, 9, 11, 5, and... Oh no, I've missed a number. Oh no, I've missed a number. Because we started 1. That's actually a 0. Oops. 3, 9, 5, 9, 11, 5, and 4. Frost was 1, 6, 4, 5, 6, 9, 13, and 6. 0, 11, 9, 5. Apologies if anybody else is doing any other counting with me saying all random numbers. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. Oops. Okay. Smack bang on 200 cards again. I don't know what happened here. I don't know why we got a bonus card from somewhere here, but okay, something happened. That's it. Just mute me for a minute while I randomly spew random numbers. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any way to increase the yield of cards from the packs. So what we all we really care about, and you can also see here, even now that we've spent, how many points was that in our spec tree? What did we work it out as? 110 or something? 20, 40, 60, 80... 130 points in our tree. 130 points in the tree. We still, you know, are not really getting that many aces. Aces are just going to be hella rare. We've opened now 1, 2, 300 packs, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 aces out of 300 packs. Seems it's more of a spec tree, like you'd only put points into, say, fire to increase fire card gains. Maybe you could test putting points in only one of the elements to check. But that's not realistic, though. That's not realistic, and that's clearly not how it... I'm more inclined to say that this straight up just doesn't work. I'm more inclined to say that this node doesn't work, because you can't choose to skip this. And you are going to want to put more points in it anyway to give yourself the ability to extract awakened essences from cards of that type that you don't want. So you, like, for example, with Earth, you're still incentivized to level it up through. You can't skip this node to keep your chances higher on other stuff. You have to go through this. You're going to want to have this node unlocked. You're going to want to have better skill when making these all the same. You're going to want to be able to extract Awakened Earth back out of spare Earth cards that you then don't potentially need. And in turn, you're going to want to be able to put... You know, you're still going to want to specialize in this at least a little bit. The only thing that you are going to really care about... Inspiration doesn't seem to be a thing that you're going to care about all that much with these. Unless when it comes to actually crafting the end trinkets. Your inspiration obviously will have an effect here at this point. But when it comes to just making the cards, you are going to want multi-craft stacked to the hills. So that when you're making these decks, you want this to be as high as you possibly can get it to be. Because every time multi-craft kicks in, that's just a free pack of cards. That's just free money. or gold that is generated, or value that is generated that can be minused off your initial crafting costs, to put it more accurately. By the higher you can stack this, the cheaper your crafting costs become. But that's really the end goal, I reckon. Getting multi-craft to be as ridiculous as possible. Which would... Is there directly... These are all the sigils for them themselves. Resourcefulness when making the sigils. Inspiration when making the sigils. These don't affect the crafting of the cards or the making of the decks in any way. Resourcefulness when making shared knowledge crafts. Is it considered a shared knowledge craft? It's considered a mystery. Is that a shared knowledge craft? I guess because it's in this tree, it affects other things in this tree. It's not particularly... That doesn't sound right. Improve unraveling the lore stored in the Dragon Isles and the ability to share that knowledge. Resourcefulness when making shared knowledge crafts. Now, that seems to be more for the Draconic Treaties and for your missives. That doesn't seem to have any impact on Darkmoon decks. Is there somewhere your TSM group with operations on Discords, or is that only the rank 7 legendary groups? Is there somewhere where your TSM groups with operations are on in Discord? If you have access to the premium channels in Discord, there's a sub channel that says full TSM profile. It's in there. But that's a Patreon perk. That's a Silver Goblin Patreon perk. The full groups. Has it been tested yet, multicraft and being a transmute master, for example, in alchemy? Or does multicraft only apply to Dragonflight items? I've not tested anything outside of Dragonflight in this regard. Now, you can,
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
You can go back here, and you can see all of the past stuff, but none of this has any sort of indication. Not that I've leveled any of this up, but there doesn't seem to be any indication that any of these other bonus stats affect anything outside of Shadowland, outside of Dragonflight. So, Annette, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Okay. My desire now then is to look and find anything that can boost multicraft. Or if Inscription doesn't have many options for multicraft, at the very least resourcefulness. Because resourcefulness and multicraft kind of does the same thing. It just works in different directions. In terms of multicraft is going to proc more of a thing, whereas resourcefulness reduces the cost of making that thing. So the argument really stands is that when you're making something in bulk, multicraft and resourcefulness kind of just mirror image each other. So if you can get one stat or the other, it's fine. If you can get multicraft, great. If you can get resourcefulness, great. They'll both affect you in similar ways. That's all inspiration. And this is just specifically multicraft when making inks. Rune binding we haven't unlocked yet. It's resourcefulness, but only when making rune binding stuff. Okay, actually using the spec trees to your advantage is going to be quite a challenge. You are then, I guess, going to need to you're going to need to get your profession tools and accessories to be as stat heavy as possible then for the creating of these cards in an optimal fashion. We need a profession tool, two profession accessories that are both heavily stacked with multi-craft and resourcefulness. That's the goal. But that's interesting. That's interesting that then, in theory, it doesn't matter how day 1 of the expansion or day 500 of the expansion, you're still realistically only going to be pulling 2 cards per pack, and no amount of points spent over and above this little corner of your spec tree is really going to benefit the production of cards in any other way. Because going much past this just increases your skill with making the end trinkets and allows you to use finishing reagents on the end trinkets. We're pretty much at a limit there. Because the irony being is the plus skill doesn't really affect us in any way for the crafting of cards. Plus 5 resourcefulness when making archiving goods. It's not... Darkmoon decks are not considered an archiving good, though. So that doesn't really matter. Yeah. Nothing more than this. This is about the limit that you need. Where can I find the items that apply for profession tools? What do you mean by apply for profession tools? Each of the individual professions themselves create these. Yet you're not always strictly self-sufficient. For example, even as a scribe, you can make some, but scribes make them. Okay, scribes make their own tools. Interestingly, huh? Well, what do you know? I don't think that's meant to be a thing. I don't think you're meant to be able to make your own profession tool. Under normal circumstances, you make one of your own accessories, but somebody else makes you your tool. Huh. Odd. And then we supply alchemists with their tool, and we supply chefs with their cooking tool. Is it rings? Oh, the enchants. Yeah, enchanting does make some bonuses to them. They make some specific enchants, yeah. What's this? What's preheat saying? Network errors occurred. That's not a good start. Oh, fancy smancy. This is very much what I needed. And very much what other people are going to need. Dragonflight professions have bind-on pickup profession tools and accessories in addition to armor and weapons. If you're crafting stuff for testing, the tools help a lot with getting 5 stars without maxing out. Here's how you get them. They still work even if you swap them off. That... Oh. Oh. That sounds remarkably broken. That they still... Okay, I wonder what he actually means by that. So blacksmith's profession tools A blacksmith can make their own profession tool and their own accessory, but a leather worker then makes their second accessory. I'm quite sure there's crossover with this, though. I'm sure there's more than one option in some scenarios. It's nice that he's got them named as well. I might borrow some of this information. Yeah, I think there's more options to this than just one. But it is true, blacksmiths do make a ridiculous quantity of the profession tools. So if we're a scribe, we get to make our own profession tool, but we're going to need the aid of jewel crafters to make our accessories. So what we could do now that we have that, we can make our own tool to stack multicraft to the hills. What would be then? This is what I want to try and maybe simulate. This could be quite fun. Let's see just how ridiculous we can spec into multicraft in our tools. And see how many of those bonuses we can get. It's not very realistic for the first few weeks or even maybe the first patch of the expansion, but I need then to go and get the recipe for this thing. The Scribe's Resplendent Quill. That will be on the vendor for now. The note on that said that you can enchant inspiration onto profession tools. You can, yeah. It's going to be an incredibly valuable enchant. One of the most valuable enchants, I reckon, because it gives you currently it gives you 150 inspiration, which is mental. Actually bonkers crazy. Let me move this window out of the way now. We don't really need this so aggressively in the middle of my screen. Why is that not working? Okay. Oh, okay. Now it works. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. Great. Edit mode. Put this back behind the cam. What was I doing? I need a recipe from here, don't I? Buy recipes. Where is it? 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 Scribe's Fastened Quill. No, that's the basic one. I want the big one. Scribe's Resplendent Quill. So that's the pattern we want. Let's make a bunch of these then. 300 artisans metal a pop. Ouchester. Have they not added snapping yet? No, they haven't, no. Is there any indication already known with experiments in if experiments in alchemy can fail? Like, how often do you make them in a short amount of time or something? They can explode and go wrong on you, which will trigger a cooldown on it. If it fails on you though, it does not consume the materials. So it will be an annoyance and will give you a cooldown period before you can press the button again, but it's not going to absorb your materials, which is I suppose, the saving grace. It would still be nice if it just didn't fail. Considering that the alchemy, it takes a limited quantity material. It takes artisan's metal to do the research in the first place. And if you then go to press the button and it fails on you and you get a cooldown before you can press it again, that can easily be a couple of hours, it's like a double punch in the face, right? It's there's already a hard limit on how many times I can press this button. Why are you like hard capping me even more so? It's going to annoy alchemists, I know. Okay, can I not add optional reagents in this yet? Surely I can make a missive of multicraft. Don't know where we get this from, but I want to make one of these as well. Guarantees multicraft. Oh, even the cheap vendor dude doesn't have... Oh, maybe it does. No. Oh. Even the cheap vendor dude doesn't even have all of the patterns for the professions. Oh, that's double gross. It's got the treaties for the different professions, which I need to test those as well at some point. It's got the contracts. It's got the dragon riding abilities. All of the dragon riding abilities. More contracts. And then some of the profession tools. Oh. Huh. Excellent. Well then maybe I can't craft that missive to guarantee multi-craft. Maybe I just have to craft a bunch of them. Okay, sure. Well, give me like 600, 900 artisans metal then for testing. In fact, give me another 900 because I'm going to have to craft more, aren't I? What were the other things I needed? Oh, I should have really paid attention. That tracking... I need to get more used to pressing that track craft button. Track recipe button. Right. Artisan's metal. Duck feathers. Quack. Where do I find a duck feather? Oh, hang on. Here we go. I can just buy the missives. Oh, okay. That's a better solution. Or can I not? No, I still can't buy the profession missives. Gotta love a good testing environment. Yeah, I can buy draconic stoppers twice. Sure. Gimme duck feathers. Skinny. No, hang on. I spotted them. Give me like 20 duck feathers. What else do I need? Runed writhe bark. Runed writhe bark and cosmic ink. I craft myself, right? I do. Oh Lord, have mercy. I'm gonna need to craft a whole bunch of these then. Chilled runes times lots. Inks times lots. Awakened airs times lots. Cosmic inks times lots. Oh dear. Okay. Poor ducks. Hey, it's only their feathers, man. It's not like it takes a duck leg or a wing. You know, birds shed their feathers from time to time anyway. It's somewhat humane. But will somebody please think of the poor ducks? Ducks taste good. Hungry now. I'm not a big fan of duck, you know. It's got a bit of an odd, you know, it's kind of meaty, but then it's not. I've not had duck more than a few times. Maybe just the places I had duck, the restaurants I had duck in weren't very good, but makes a good stew. Yeah, I imagine in that scenario, just like a duck breast, it was just a bit weird, a bit odd. Often go to the local duck ponds and just shout hoisin sauce at them. See what they do. Right, awakened frost. Can I buy the inks? Have they done as a solid and put the inks on the vendors? I bet they haven't put the inks on the vendors, have they? That's probably why everybody's complaining that Inscription is slow, because people have had to manually craft their own intermediates. Yeah, I can, yeah, okay. Oh, haha, you can buy the pigments though, but you can't buy the inks. Screw you. The irony being, getting the pigments is not the problem. Okay, right. Okay, well I've got a bunch of cosmic inks already, apparently, by the looks of things. I need the runed writhe barks more than anything. Awakened air. Give me like 10 awakened air. I deleted all of my awakened air to make the decks in a proper fashion. Flourishing inks and then chilled runes. Flourishing inks. Make like 20 flourishing inks. Go. How is it you get artisan's metal? The most reliable, well, the most reliable way so far of getting artisan's metal is you get 5 of them every time you craft something for the first time. So there's a first time craft bonus, which gives you 5 artisan's metal. But the reality of it for the long term is that each time you gain a knowledge point, you gain 5 artisan's metal. So it's more about just doing everything you can to get knowledge points. Knowledge points are going to come from daily quests for the most part. So you're going to get a small amount of knowledge points every day. You're going to get a small amount of artisan's metal every day because of that as well. There's a weekly quest in Valdrakken that just gives you a bunch of artisan's metal, but it's deliberately designed to be a limited quantity material. Right, there's a bunch of flourishing inks. What do we now need? We now need a bunch of chilled runes. Let's make 10 chilled runes. What do I need for 10 chilled runes? I need yet more blazing inks. Actually, what's very interesting is I might go ham with Darkmoon cards just purely because it was a quick and easy way for leveling flipping Dragon Isle's Inscription, you know. Starting to be able to make inks at their top quality. I mean, the ink difficulty is only 75, meaning that if people go ham with Darkmoon cards and get to Inscription level 75 just off playing around with Darkmoon cards, then when they come to actually do proper Inscription stuff, they'll also be in a really good position here because your ink quality is going to be really good to begin with. Meaning that your desire for higher quality pigments drops off the ledge really quickly. I think, now, this is a hot take because people won't like this, but I think they need to increase the difficulty on the inks. I think making top quality inks so quickly undermines the reason for all of this in the first place. But that's something I can understand people disagreeing with. Now I need more Awakened Frost. Of course I do. For example, you can max out your ink quality far quicker than you can practically any other intermediate item. Most other intermediate items have a recipe difficulty of like 150, 200, something like that. Yeah, inks for some reason cap out at 75 really quickly. Is Artisan's Metal soulbound? Yes. Yes, it's soulbound. See, this is interesting. We didn't strictly need, you know, the recipe difficulty of a chilled rune is 125. We've got 122 skill, which means our guaranteed craft is only quality 2. But we procced quality 3 practically every single time. There was only 3 occasions where we didn't make a quality 3. This is why this is the reason why I feel that Trade School Master does not have a chance in hell of keeping track of what's going on. Because under normal circumstances, you'd look at this and you'd say, right, the logical explanation here is that you're going to make, you know, you have 122 skill. You're going to make quality 2 every time. 5% of the time, you'll get an inspiration proc, which pushes your skill up. It'll push your skill up a bonus 42, which will mean you will far surpass. Those first 3 crafts were with lower quality ingredients. Okay, well that only goes even further then to emphasize my reasoning here. That even though we are not quite guaranteed quality 3, we practically are because we're so close to it. So there's some leeway either way. That even without actually having the skill to do it, it's almost as if like when something is crafted, there is like a +10, -10 chance. You know, naturally, just because you've got 122 skill, when it crafts, it actually rolls 112 to 132. And of course, if you're this close, it does mean that the lion's share of the time it is actually going to be above that. It's really difficult to figure out, which also, like I said, makes it so that add-ons are going to have absolutely no clue what's going on. It even makes it remarkably difficult to spreadsheet this, because the rules aren't solid. The rules aren't fixed. Very much like English grammar. The rules are there for the sake of being rules. Yet, most of the time, you just flat out ignore them. Out of curiosity, I want to buy some more Awakened Frost and Air. Give me 10 more Awakened Frost and 10 more Awakened Air. So if we make 10 of these now, the maths and how it's represented to us would indicate that we would make 10 chilled runes. They would be quality 2, and when inspiration procs, which should only happen 5% of the time, it will give us enough skill to push it into quality 3. But if I make all of these now, fucking hell, of course, quality 2, quality 3. Didn't need an inspiration proc for it to make quality 3 though. Once again, didn't need an inspiration proc. Didn't need the inspiration proc. Regular quality 2. Didn't need an inspiration proc, yet still pushed it above. There seems to be this kind of like leeway I don't know what the number is. It could be +5, -5. You know, where your skill actually lands still seems to be a little bit on a scale. So out of 10 crafts there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of the 10 were actually quality 3. Even though quality 3 is not guaranteed. Oh, God. Now, if we just went out and just found 3 more skill points, the problem would disappear. But it's interesting that it's reacting in this way anyway. Oh, now I need more awakened air again. Dear Lord. Oh no, I need 8 of these just to craft 1 of those. Oh dear. Shouldn't you have profession tools already, and wouldn't that be making things better? Oh, it definitely would. It definitely would, yeah. This is what I'm actually trying to do now. I'm trying to make one of the top quality profession tools so that we can stack it with multi-craft, hopefully. Spreadsheets and TSM formulas will probably just end up being the worst case scenario. You'll likely get better unless we can understand the underlying formulas better. Yeah, this is the approach that I'm thinking of taking. I've already started to think about how I would calculate crafting costs for things. And the more I think about it, the more I want to ignore quality. And that it becomes an issue. What I want to do is I want to split crafting in the middle. I want to split crafting. I want to look at crafting costs initially. And then I want to... How do I explain this correctly? Yeah, you're going to have to deal with crafting cost and end result, you know, so let's, okay, how do I explain this easily? The crafting, you know, the price source crafting in TSM. The TSM crafting price source has 2 major uses, right? You look at the crafting price when determining whether you should make something in the first place. So it looks at the crafting cost, potential crafting cost, because you haven't made anything yet. It looks at the potential crafting cost of something, which is the sum of the materials. And it looks at whatever that assumed item that is then made by combining all of those materials. And it looks at, well, how much is that on the auction house? And it does a simple maths to decide what the profit might be. That already is overly complicated because there's different qualities of materials that could go into it, and there's different qualities of outcomes. So that's, you know, that initial scenario for the crafting price source is a little bit, you know, it's a bit of a grey area. Then the other side of the scenario, even once you've made the decision to craft something, you tend to look at using the crafting price source again when it comes to selling things. You use it as reference to what this thing cost you to make. But the issue then is still apparent that it doesn't know how much it cost you to make it because it doesn't know what materials you used. This is why I have the feeling that the crafting price source that we heavily require or rely on in-game today to do a lot of the hard work for us is practically useless in Dragonflight. Practically useless. Because there's no individual item tracking. If I make a bunch of potions today, let's look a few months in advance when Dragonfly is out. If I craft a bunch of dragon potions today, I will know at that moment in time what those dragon potions cost me to make. And I can track that myself in a spreadsheet. Tomorrow, I go to list those on the auction house. Go to list those dragon potions on the auction house tomorrow. The problem then becomes is because there's no individual item tracking, TSM doesn't actually know how much those did cost me to make, because there's 12 different ways of crafting them, but depending on what materials you use. Look at this thing right now, for example. If I was crafting ruined Wraithbark to sell them on the auction house, there is 3 different quality variables I could use here, each of which would have 3 different qualities. So there's 9 different combinations of materials I could use here, which each one of those 9 different combinations would have their own sum cost. So, and then only based on my personal skill will it determine what the outcome is. There's no way for an add-on to easily track this, I don't feel. Which is why I feel that spreadsheets and much, much closer control of what you're crafting is the only way that you're going to be able to reliably determine crafting prices. And today's data that's as little as a day old could be completely invalidated. Which is why I think we're going to rely on spreadsheets a lot. I know for a fact I didn't eloquently. I think I butchered that whole little mini discussion, but the TLDR is that the crafting price source might as well be put in the bin. I can't foresee any feasible way that the crafting price source is going to be useful to us in any way without there being some dramatic changes to how it is actually calculated. So yeah, God knows what our TSM profiles are going to look like if we can't get accurate crafting costs through the add-on. How do we know what to craft? Once we have crafted it, how do we keep track of what it cost us to craft? Because I could, in theory, if I had the materials to hand, have all of these set as quality 1, which is 1 variation, which would have 1 price. Oh, it's such a mess. But I should also clarify, it's a mess, but it's the best thing that could possibly happen for professions. Because it means that if you take the time and the effort to work it out, you have a massive advantage over everybody else that won't take the time or the effort to work it out. It's a skill gap. It creates a skill gap in professions. The skill gap in professions was practically taken out by having some really reliable add-ons that basically did the skillful part of it for us. Put the skill gap back in, and it will mean that there'll be, you'll be able to carve out 20 micro markets for every profession. In Shadowlands right now, you look at an entire profession and you can probably cherry pick 3 things in that entire profession that might be worth making and selling. Because the margin on everything else is incredibly tight, because the crafting cost is the same for you as it is for somebody else. The item it creates is the same for you as it is for somebody else, and it's the same all the time. There's no skill in any of that, which means it's completely dead. People min-max it, margins go to 0, it's dead. You could feasibly carve out, if you did the maths carefully, you could carve out an entire market just crafting and selling inks. You could control the ruined Wraithbark market, for example. There's definitely going to be scenarios where if you have enough expertise, you'll be able to craft these for far less than what the going rate will be on the region-wide auction house for them. The add-on will have to let you input the different options so that it can make a determination. Yeah. I mean, I'm struggling to even comprehend how I'm going to calculate this in a spreadsheet. Never mind then creating an add-on to do it for you. I just don't think it's going to be possible. Not without, like, you know, basically building it again. Which is why I'm not heavily relying I'm not putting heavy expectation on TSM being a big player for gold making. Certainly not from the crafting side of things anyway. It will hopefully be able to allow you to make some simple groups to make the auctioning of the items you have crafted relatively straightforward. But you then have an obvious problem of that, well, what do you do when it comes to pricing those items in TSM? Do you just let the market price do its thing? And do you just focus on... Do you configure your trade skill master to just use DB market price for everything? And just, you know, and then take ownership of the crafting aggressively? Sounds like manual accounting with tracking stock and what it costs to craft, or at least at the start of the expansion, but it will prevent people from having multiple professions from the get-go. Yeah. The more focus that you have to put into each profession, the more difficult it is to industrialize it. This is what happened in Shadowlands, right? Shadowlands, with the combination of really powerful add-ons that did all of the maths and all of the accounting for you, people would not only have multiple professions on the go, they would have multiple professions on the go on multiple realms. It was not uncommon for people like me to play on 2 or 3 different realms at the same time, maybe even more in some cases. There were people out there that were consistently crafting and selling legendaries on like 4 or 5 different realms. On each realm they had leatherworking, blacksmithing, jewel crafting, tailoring all up and running. And all of the accounting, all of the numbers, all of the everything was basically being done through using TSM. And the only input you went in was you were just rotating through profession, rotating through server. Log on, open profession, click restock, craft what it tells you to craft. You had confidence in what it told you to craft was what you needed to craft, and that it was priced correctly. All of that goes out the window in Dragonflight completely. All goes in the bin. Either way, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I should also clarify, I paint this like it's a negative thing. It's not. It's the exact opposite. For me, this is like a dream come true, because it means those that want to sit down and want to focus and want to specialize have the ability to do it. And it will actually be more rewarding when you have to do a lot more of it yourself. If you take control of the chirping rune market by min-maxing your price of chilled runes, and it's a lot more rewarding when you've done more of the hard work yourself. Is my take on it anyway. Now, I only get one shot at making this. Please roll with multi-craft on it. It's not going to, is it? I don't want to have to craft disgusting amounts of these ruined Wraith barks. Oh well. Let's see what happens. We got... Oh god, it literally got the worst option for me. There was a 50-50 chance. If it had resourcefulness on it, I'd have been alright. If it had multi-craft on it, I'd have been happy. In turn, it rolled with crafting speed. That's grim. This is a scenario where you would probably really want to use a missive. Because the difference, especially with the amount of artisan's metal that this uses, you're not going to get many chances to make this the way that you want it to be made. If you spend 300 artisan's metal to make one of this and it rolls with crafting speed, that's a flip the table moment Genuinely. That is a flip the table moment. What you could then do maybe is make one and then recraft it. Can you recraft it and go, you know what? Give me a better one. That was dog shit. Can you do a recraft on it? Oh, please tell me you can recraft it. Oh, it's there. Good. You can recraft it here. Throw some more basic materials at it. 10 more artisans. Okay, yeah. So 10 more artisans. That's what you'd do. And now you'd say, right, re-roll it. I wonder if you re-roll it, will it refresh the secondary on it? Is that going to end up being the meta? Like crafting things and then re-rolling them to get the bonuses that you want on them, instead of using in case if your missives are really expensive. Ugh, that could be gross. Although the cost of doing that's still too high, I reckon. I need yet more flipping ruined writhe bark. What do I need to make a bunch of these? I can make 10 more of these comfortably. I just need 10 more awakened air. I keep coming back to this vendor, so I'll just buy a bunch. But this is the thing, right? All of a sudden, you know, these little mini systems within the professions, like recrafting, provide people with alternative options and choices, right? If you crafted one of those things, like exactly what just happened, and it rolls with flipping crafting speed on it, you're not going to be best pleased, but it's not the end of the world. This is the cool thing about the system. It's not the end of the world, and it's better to, you know, because it gives you plus 10 inscription skill, it's better to have one and it be a bad one than to not have one at all. You know, that plus 10 inscription skill is massive. And, you know, 90 crafting speed, at least for when you do inks, is great, sure. But what we realistically would want to do now is once we've got one, if it rolls badly, we can go, you know what? It's a shame it rolled badly, but we can upgrade it. If I just do nothing more than re-rolling this, I'm intrigued to see if it changes the secondary stats. Does it re-roll the secondary stats? Where did it go? Tier. No, it did nothing. It did nothing. Oh, it does actually tell you what it's going to do. Is recrafting then only go... You know, you can change the secondary stats, but then only by throwing a missive at it. If that's the case, why didn't you throw a missive at it to begin with? Is the argument. I can't make it at higher quality yet. I need to up my skill to 162 before I can make it at any higher quality. So, say for example, I could make one myself, which at the moment is not great. But then I could then put it forward for a work order to see if there's any really super duper mega experienced scribes on the realm that have the ability to recraft this at a higher quality than what mine currently is. Because while I've put lots of skill points into Darkmoon cards currently, which is probably what most people are going to end up doing, the rest of your expertise as a scribe is pretty caca-poo-poo. You'd probably quite quickly want to stack points in this first one. You get a few more points. I tell you what, should we do some simulation of just like hardcore grinded it out for months? What happens when we min-max it? Let's go to town and level everything up and see what happens. I've been relatively cautious to do this with the professions. I can guarantee most other people here They're doing everything in their power to min-max their professions currently, getting them leveled up to max, picking up all of the recipes, you know, maxing out their skill trees, which is great and all, but it's not very useful. It's cool to see just how powerful you might be, but that's not going to happen for 6 months anyway. What's more of an interest to me is how is the first patch going to look like? How is the first couple of weeks of the expansion going to look like? How is the first month going to look like? So if we bang a bunch of points in here, that's going to give us significantly extra skill. Work orders are going to be server specific. They would, Blizzard have already said it would be nice if they could make them region wide, but they're unlikely to be able to. So that should have now given us a whole bunch more skill. Does it mean that it's given us enough skill to be able to... See, now we can nearly reach the 3rd threshold. We can nearly guarantee ourselves quality 3 versions of these, which means we wouldn't look at re-rolling. We wouldn't look at crafting another one. We'd look at re-rolling, or what does we'd look at recrafting the one we'd already made. We'd take the one we'd already made, and now you can see we actually, that's odd. That doesn't seem quite right, because it's still, now it's okay. Something doesn't seem right with that. Expected quality 3. It will still have the same crafting speed on it though. We would need a missive. Do any of these sell the missives? Let me just check in a bit of detail. Because there's the missives of these. The regular gear missives. But we want the missive that that adjusts the secondary strats on profession gear. Which I don't think is a thing. Let's just check all the vendors. No. So yeah, under normal circumstances, we would probably now go to re-roll this and try and get it at a higher quality. So you can see you can slowly upgrade and progress your nice stuff. It'd be nice if we could test the work order system. Yeah, I agree. Sooner we get access to the work order system. I mean, it's the last piece of the puzzle, right? We know pretty much everything else. We know where the lion's share of the materials come from. We know roughly how frequently we're going to be getting them. It's a little bit difficult to guesstimate prices on the materials without, you know, a bit of a working economy. But we know in reasonable detail now how crafting is going to work. We know how quality is going to impact that. We can start to see just how long it's going to take people to be able to increase the quality on stuff. The last piece of the puzzle, though, is the work order system. And until we see that, there's still a fair few unanswered questions to just how it's going to play out. Which is, I'm not going to lie, a little bit frustrating that it's taking so long to get the work order system in place. But then again, it's oh my god, it's October in a few days, right? Okay, it's not actually October until Saturday. But realistically, let's go by the assumption that the game's going to launch at the end of November. There's only really 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks max until the game comes out. We're going to have 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks of a pre-patch event where most of the systems will be implemented, and a pre-patch event will happen. If there's 3 or 4 weeks of pre-patch, then realistically that means in 3 or 4 weeks' time, it's all systems go. I am not prepared. Yeah, it's quite easy to think that, oh right, well it's only the end of September and they plan to have the game out by the end of the year. But you start looking at all of the timings in which everything needs to fit into place. There isn't that much time left from a game development standpoint, right? Let's not forget they've been making this game for like the best part of probably 2 or 3 years already. 8 weeks is nothing in that time frame. Considering just what of a linchpin the work order system is to how the rest of the professions are going to tie in to the rest of the game, it's remarkable that we're this far through the development and there is practically no work order system implemented yet. It's pretty, we are currently 10 weeks away from the leak to date. Yeah, there we go. 10 weeks away from it being live. That means potentially 6 to 8 weeks away from pre-patch. Which means 4 weeks away from a release-ready PTR. We are not 4 weeks away. This game is not 4 weeks away at this point. I should also like to point out that Mythic Plus has not been tested at all. The raid has not been tested at all. They have to test Mythic Plus and they have to test the raid before they can do their final balance pass. It's getting tight, you know. It's getting tight. It's going to be interesting to see if they want to keep to this 2022 release date. Woo. Now, I'm in the camp of that I would much prefer them to delay the launch date to get it right. And I would prefer them to delay it, because let's not forget Shadowlands got delayed, right? Shadowlands was delayed by a month. They turned around and they said, it's not ready, we need another month. And they took a month and they went away. That was remarkable to see Blizzard do. But because they've done it once, it shows that they might do it again. And it's hard to really state whether that extra month made a lot of difference or not. But I do remember from testing the Shadowlands beta before it came out, is that I was quite glad to see them delay it. But that's because I feel that in the Shadowlands beta, they spent way too much time pissing about with covenants and conduit trees and all of this shenanigans. They spent and the whole Ripcord saga. They wasted practically 8 weeks pissing about with all of that sort of stuff, which was probably the big number one reason to why they had to delay it. This time, so far, there's not been any major explosive, saga, fiasco. Everything so far is sort of appearing as if it's going to plan. Ish. There's some key elements that have yet to be tested even on the beta, but we can stay hopeful. We can stay hopeful. I need to craft up more of these though, which means I need more of these though, which means I need more of these. Need more Awakened Frost. This has ended up me taking a lot longer than I expected to piss about and make a profession tool. But this tends to be what happens. I tend to get distracted. Because what I actually need to do, because I don't have access to the flipping... I don't have access to the... Where's it gone? I don't have access to the draconic missives of crafting. So I can't make a missive of multicraft because they're not. The pattern is not available in game as far as I can gather, nor are they on vendors. So my only alternative is just to mass craft the thing in the first place, which is not easily done when it takes cosmic ink and huge amounts of these. So I need more runed Wraith bark than I can shake a stick at. Why does it still say I can only craft 3 of these? What's going on? Do I genuinely only have 3 blazing inks? Oh, Lord. Right, just give me, like, all of those. Can you use a higher Wraith bark to craft the runed version? Yes. Every time you use a higher quality component, the benefit of that stacks. This is where professions that have a heavy, like an intermediate crafting thing. So because of course you got to remember, Inscription, you start with herbs. The higher your skill and the higher the quality of herbs you use, the higher the quality the pigments will be. The higher the quality the pigments, the easier time you'll have creating higher quality inks. The higher quality the inks you use, the easier time you'll have making the intermediate items like the chilled runes and the runed Wraith barks. The higher the quality the chilled runes and the Wraith barks you make, the higher the quality or the easier it will then be to make higher quality cosmic inks. You see how it sort of stacks? It stacks on top of each other. So quality is going to have a really big play, but where I would say Inscription feels a bit weird at the moment is that the inks, ironically, feel far too easy to max the quality of, which diminishes your need very quickly to use high quality pigments, which in turn means that you practically don't need to worry about milling high quality herbs to get high quality pigments. That's a bit of a bait. That feels like a bit of a bait, because very quickly you can take basic ass pigments and turn them into top quality inks because the recipe difficulty is so mediocre. I kind of feel that blazing ink difficulty should be 150, not 75. That would mean that there's more of a progression path on inks. At this point, people will be making quality 3 inks day 1. Day 1, you'll be able to make quality 3 inks, and then that's your ink progression done. It'll be game over from there. You'll like that kills the herb market. That kills the high quality herb market, at least for Inscription, very quickly. Like day 1, it's dead. It's done because there'll be no desire for scribes to use higher quality herbs. Maybe it's designed so that the higher quality herbs are then specifically for alchemists, right? To where it's going to make more of a difference. And that the low quality herbs will be picked up by the scribes for milling. And so it kind of keeps those two markets separated a little bit. And that there's less of a crossover on demand of the materials there. Maybe it's by design. I don't know. I didn't design it. But all I can sort of say is it feels very quick and easy to make high quality inks. It could end up being good though. It could end up that if it, like I said though, it creates this even balance, right? If you're a herbalist and you go out and you're doing some gathering, if you're out there gathering and you decide that, well, okay, I'm going to go spend a couple of hours gathering, you jump on your herbalist, you fly around. For the most part, you're going to be picking up tier 1 quality herbs for quite a while. Then eventually, though, you'll start picking up higher quality herbs. Your alchemists might be more interested in those higher quality herbs, but your scribes are going to be more interested in the low quality stuff. Meaning that anything that you're gathering, regardless of what quality you get, is going to be in good demand, which is a scenario you probably want. Oh, that's quite a cool one. Reagent saved, look. Our resourcefulness kicked in. Showcased that we actually saved a blazing ink. It took 1 less blazing ink to craft, and when it only takes 1, it didn't take any blazing inks, which is cool. Dragonflight is going to be the age of the gatherer until at least the first major patch, and I suspect even further. Also by the fact that the crafting system is really designed for those that are interested in crafting. I wouldn't necessarily call it the barrier to entry, but just the amount of thought process that you might need to put into crafting things to sell them based upon, well, what are the crafting prices, and okay, well, this herb is this price, and well, there's 3 different prices of that herb because there's 3 different, there's lots of people that will look at crafting and be like, you know what, I don't care. It's too much like hard work. It's like, I'll just buy a token. That's the weird thing, right? The more fun that it's fun for the people that find it fun, but for the people that don't really care to dedicate a bunch of time to the professions, it could very easily be described as overly complex. And that will push a lot, as much as it will provide more entertainment to the people that do enjoy it, it's almost at the detriment of it being a worse system for everybody else. It's kind of a bit odd. Because I can clearly see some people turning around and being, you know what, forget professions. And all of those people that still want to make some gold in the game will instantly turn to herbalism and mining. Because it's simple, right? You go out there, you pick up stuff, and you sell it to the people that want it. More awakened air needed. I seem to permanently be buying awakened air. I swear I bought like 100 of it not so long ago. So let's just buy a huge whacking great big stack and let's not worry about it. Right, make 20 of those. Now our skill is high enough that we're guaranteed for 3 quality runed Writhe Bark straight away. It's about time it feels meaningful, though. Yes, I agree. I agree. Crafting's been in the game. You know, let's not forget that crafting's been in the game longer than anything else. You know, crafting was implemented in the game day 1. Mythic Plus has only been around a few years. Crafting's been in the game since day 1, and yet in the last few... Legion, in my opinion, was the heyday. Legion was the best point where I think professions have been for a while. I loved Legion's professions. I thought they were awesome. I loved the fact that you had quest lines to do. There was a sense of progression. You knew that you were working towards something. You could dedicate an afternoon to leveling up a profession, and it felt like you'd achieved something by the end of it. Forget the gold making side of things. The fact that you could make gold with it was a bonus. Standing at the Obliterum Forge all day was maybe not my favourite thing, but it was still quite an interesting mechanic. Then we went into BFA, where it seems like it was a toned down... BFA felt like a toned down version of Legion, which was strange. But there was still profession ranks, pattern ranks, I should say. You had a couple of cool... the Scrapper, yeah. Wasn't best pleased with the Scrapper. And then we went to Shadowlands, where it felt like they toned it down even further, but toned down all of the professions in Shadowlands, and then gave us this monster, which was the legendary crafting system, which got way out of hand really quickly. Completely out of hand. Absolutely completely out of hand. Hopefully professions will offer a little bit of something for everybody. That's the perfect solution. If they can provide a little bit of something for most people to get involved with, even if it's only at a small scale, just a little bit of something is quite cool. Just looking now, with all of this extra skill points we've got in the profession as it stands at the moment, we should be reliably able to make better quality cosmic ink as well. Why is it you're only using rank 1 Wraith Bark when crafting the runed Wraith Bark? Good question. Probably for the reason that I don't need to use anything higher. If you see, the recipe difficulty is 150. My skill is 148. And based upon what we've been crafting... Okay, Runed Wraith Bark, there's 7 tier 2s. This is a good time to showcase this, actually, yeah. I would have been better off when crafting those to use quality 2 Wraith Bark, because then that would have guaranteed quality 3 Runed Wraith Bark. You are right, yeah. There is this little button down here, which is use best quality reagents, but I tend to choose to not press this button. Because getting into the habit of pressing this button now is a bad habit to have, because it will mean that you end up wasting higher quality materials when you shouldn't need to. Right, there ain't no way I'm pushing into top quality cosmic inks anytime soon. Not without some good setup going on up here. Not without having max quality inks, max quality burnished inks, and max quality runed Wraith Bark. Yeah, the difference between me currently using basic materials and max quality materials is not enough to push me into the next quality, so it's arguably not worth doing. Because my base skill is still not high enough. My base skill is 141, which comes from 75 from here, and it comes from 66 through the talent trees. So I can't reliably make much better cosmic ink, although let's just see what effect a quality 2 cosmic ink has over this end of the world. Where's it gone? So we can get into quality 3 comfortably, but we're still a fair chunk away from quality 4. Even if we choose to use better quality cosmic ink, it only adds a little bit. Hey, we got a quality 2-1 with multicraft. There we go. That means I can stop making these at base. So now we can put that in there. Where did it go? There's our multicraft tool. Plus 90 multicraft. At quality 2 means what we can now do, as and when we gain more expertise, is instead of recrafting new ones, we can go upgrade this one. We throw some runed Wraith Bark and a better quality cosmic ink and some artisan's metal to it, and that should upgrade it in theory to quality 3. The little icons here are wrong, but the tooltip indicates it will be quality 3. This also indicates it will be quality 3. We have, this is weird, right? We seem to have more skill for when we're recrafting something than when we're making it natively. We have 85 skill plus 98. 85 skill makes sense because it's 75 plus the 10 that this gives us. But the 98 doesn't make any sense. because when we go to make a normal one to begin with, we have... And now it says 109. Where did 109 come from? Why did 109 turn up out of nowhere? Oh, because we were using better quality materials. But then that's still 103. Wasn't it like 80? Oh, my lord. Hang on. Is the plus 10 on these also affecting the bonus skill? Which I don't think it should be. That doesn't feel right. Quick sanity check. We got 40 skill points here. 43. 46. 50. So I can account for 50 skill points here. I mean, maybe that is actually giving us plus 40 skill generally. So that would be plus 90. That would be 100. Something doesn't add up here. Oh, but yeah, because we don't have rank 1 runed bark. So we're gaining a bonus from this. But I don't know what that bonus is because I don't have quality 1 stuff. Nor can I even make quality 1 stuff if I... This is so difficult to track. And I consider myself pretty good at this sort of stuff. And even my brain is melting a little bit just trying to figure all of this out. Every time you recraft an item, that bar increases for that specific item. I kind of noticed that yesterday, but I chalked that up as a bug that shouldn't happen. So if I recraft it... That was quite a jump. That was quite a jump that I don't think should happen. But it did increase its quality to quality 3. Which, interestingly, has no benefit on the quality of the tool in any way, shape or form. Still gives us plus 10 skill. Still only gives us plus 90 stats. So... so why would we do it? Okay, let's click the create button again. It's gone up again. Let's click the button again. It's gone up again. Still only quality 3. Click the button again. Now I've ran out of piss and ruined Wraithbark again. Which I need more flourishing ink. Oh yeah, you're right, I should put it on. Might as well get the multi-craft on me inks and all. Now if you select the other one, you'll see the bar drop. Yeah, it seems like it somehow tracks the internal quality of it. which it doesn't seem to showcase it in any sort of tooltip. It doesn't mean it's easily seen at face value, but it's quite interesting to learn that they seem to be tracking the exact quality. Quality is not, it's numerically tracked behind the scenes, but it's but at face value, the user interface for it is just 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. But it does seem to be that it's actually calculated to an exact number behind the scenes. See, we're getting multi-craft kicking in. We're getting resourcefulness kicking in from time to time, saving us some reagents. Annoyingly, when it saves you the draconic vial, you're like, damn. Couldn't you have saved me something valuable? Right. What am I missing? Some more chilled runes. Make a few more chilled runes. I want it. There we go. 16 runed Writhe Bark. That should be enough to do a recraft for 4 times, I think. Let's create all of those. See, the weird thing for me is, when this goes live, I'll quite happily play with all of this. And the weird thing is I won't really have much of a desire to make gold from it. Weirdly, just playing with this and figuring it all out is part of the fun. When the game goes live and I actually have to buy the materials I need, it'll be like, sure, whatever. But anything I do craft, I'll sell it anyway. And once I've leveled stuff up and once I've got things all figured out and worked out, then I'll try and make lots of gold from it. I very quickly came to the conclusion that actually, making gold from these things is going to be, the long game of it. Fun is what the game should be all about. Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't explain it because people just have fun with what. Whoa, multicraft 4. I'll take that. If it's fun and I enjoy it and it occupies me for a few hours, I'm a happy man. That's kind of the name of the game, right? If I can create a few bits and pieces and I can sell them and make a bit of gold at the same time, then everybody's a winner. So now recrafting this, you can see it seems to have tracked its actual skill. If I put this one in, you can see it's dropped much lower. So the bar didn't move then. The bar didn't move at all. The bar stopped moving. Is this because the item is now caught up to what my actual maximum skill is? It kind of makes sense the more times that you recraft it. It's like refining it, right? That every time you chip away at it, you refine it. But it then seems to get capped at some point. It now doesn't seem to matter if I press the recraft button. It's actually now going backwards. Why is it now going backwards? What's this? Why have we gone backwards? So that seems to indicate that we have realistically made this to as high a quality as we possibly can right now. There is no better chance for me to make this higher than what it already is because I'm somewhat skill capped. The problem is the interface does not display that very well at all. So I would need to now just go away and gain more skill points. By quite a degree, actually. I need 212 to get it to quality 4. And I need to get all the way to 250 to make it a quality 5. The irony of irony being is that at the moment, Equality 2 and Equality 3 are seemingly identical. So I don't know why you'd bother. But maybe they are supposed to be different. Well, we can just burn some more points in here somewhere just to try and get more skill. We can unlock this and we can say, right, give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's this unlock? Resourcefulness. That in theory should be 10 more skill points, right? Crafting items more effectively, gaining +1 skill point in this spec. So there we go. Now our skill's gone up a touch. We should then be able to recraft this again. What happened? It broke. Okay. Now it's down to 207. Looks like there's some hidden RNG for skill. It appears so. The more I'm playing with this, the more I start to feel is that skill is not an exact number. Your skill seems to be on a small scale. There seems to be like a +5, -5, where your actual craft skill can land. So RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG. Everything that everybody loves, right? Especially when you're spending limited commodity items. But we can put more points in this. And after a day or two of more dailies, we can come back to it. And hey presto, now we should be able to recraft it Equality 4. But it didn't. But it still didn't. Okay. It still only made it Equality 3. It screwed me. And now I'm out of Ruined Wraithbark again. Flipper doodah. Right, more Ruined Wraithbark. Requires more chilled runes. Which requires more blazing inks. What a system. Now, you see, I'm not going to mind playing with this. I'm not going to mind playing with this at all. But the more I do play with it, the more I come to realise that an add-on has absolutely zero chance at breaking this down. It's even going to become remarkably difficult to spreadsheet this. So if Blizzard wanted to limit the effectiveness of add-ons from crafting, they've done a cracking job of it. And I, for one, can't wait to play with it. Just one of these crafts might be, say, an easy 100 to 200k early on. People will get pissed off if it doesn't behave like the UI says it will. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, but the reality of the fact is that for the most part, people won't get to this level. I think the amount of people that will get this far in a profession is few. Everybody will start off. Everybody will get leveled up to like 30, 40, 50, whatever. Everybody will unlock the spec trees. Everybody will spend their first 20 or 30 freebie skill points. But when they come to realise that they get 3 to 5 knowledge points a day, and that's going to come through doing dailies, and those dailies in and of themselves are usually, the profession dailies are usually hand-ins of crafts, which means in the early days as well, that very limited amount of knowledge points you can get per day is also going to have, you know, an actual value to it. If you have to hand in 3 or 4 of a certain crafted item to complete that world quest, and each one of those crafted items costs you 5,000 gold to make, leveling your professions and gaining those early knowledge points in and of itself is going to be an expense. So, guess what will happen is that most people won't bother, and it will be left to the goblins to do what goblins want to do. And I love it because it's right down my alley. This is exactly what I want a profession system to be. But I also know that a lot of people will hate it. Dragonflight professions. The Marmite of Warcraft. What was I trying to make? Runed Wraith Bark. Which means I need chilled runes. Right, make me 50 chilled runes. Go. Inscription makes knowledge point scrolls. They do. The theory, though, behind those is that you're only going to be able... Oh, there we go. Somebody's just chimed in. It feels like you might only be able to use one of those once per week. Do you think unlearning a crafting profession will be worth it if you need to swap it out? Like, will you lose the knowledge points? From what I've been able to fathom so far, is that if you drop a profession and then retake that profession, your knowledge points in that profession are maintained. So, if for some weird and wacky reason you just decide to drop a profession and then take it back up again, you are, as far as knowledge is concerned at least, somewhat safe to do it. I find it very difficult to justify why you would do it, though. Let's say you drop Inscription and take Leatherworking. Are those points gone? Well, if you drop Inscription and take Leatherworking, you'll have no points to spend in Leatherworking. But then if you were to drop Leatherworking and pick up Inscription again, you'd arguably be back where you started. But you would still need to go back and unlock the recipes, and you'd still need to level the base profession up again, and it's not... You don't land right back on your feet. But it'll be interesting to see if there's some shenanigans that can be done there. Because there's obviously the inherent limit of that you can only have 2 primary professions. But what's to say you take Inscription at the beginning and you go hardcore Darkmoon card crafting for the first week or 2. Once you've got bored of that, you drop Inscription and you take up something else. And you play with whatever the fun thing is at the time. Whatever's the flavour of that week, you play with that. Then, if you can drop that and go back to Inscription at a later date, for some reason. I don't know. I'm sure some people will figure some weird and wacky stuff out in that regard, but... I hope recipe unlocks from reputations are account wide. They're not. They're not. I've confirmed that they are not. Patterns are per character. You'll need to gain that reputation on the character that needs the pattern. Let's make 28 of these. For now. Once you get from dailies, etc., then wasted if you do not plan to pick up that profession again. Yeah, see, this is my point. I don't really know why you would do it. I can't think of a really good justified reason for dropping a profession to take another to then only go back to your original profession again. It doesn't really make much sense. Outside of, I don't know, something like alchemy maybe, where the first, when the raid comes out, having alchemy can be a money printer. Cash in on alchemy whilst everybody wants their potions and stuff, and then drop alchemy for something that just lasts a little bit longer. Or maybe you pick up a couple of crafting professions when everybody wants all the crafting stuff, and then eventually you choose to drop them to pick up 2 gathering professions to keep you busy for the rest of the patch, and then you pick up those gathering professions again before the start of the next patch. Maybe, I don't know. I can't really see much, and even then it's like, well, just use an alt. I don't know. Spent over 40 hours making a sheet for inscription and Dawn crafting, not even halfway through one of the trees. I think the efforts to make, I mean, I have been working on, lots of you might have seen this already. I've been working on a Dragonflight cheat sheet, of which so far it's relatively simple. So far it's just tracking where all the patterns and stuff come from. But much like my Shadowlands cheat sheet, which, has a global materials list, has TSM's API integrated to it as well for prices, worked out all your Legos prices. I plan to replicate all of this for the Dragonflight one, but of course it's going to take time. But it's fun. I enjoy it. And like I said, for as long as I'm enjoying it, I'm happy to do it. Oh no, we're not making new ones, are we? We're recrafting. So now if we recraft this, it technically says we should be... See, this seems to indicate we should be well on our way to making a quality 4. With current recipe difficulty, reach skill 250 to guarantee quality 5. It says we have a skill of 221. Which means that should be a skill 4. But this little tooltip in this little icon in the corner says it's only 3. Although the tooltip also says it's 4. Let's press the button and see what happens. Okay, well that's odd. That's odd. It made it at quality 5. Okay. Okay. Sure. That makes absolutely no sense. For reference, this was all a little bit for nothing, really, because if you look at a quality 2 gives you 90 crafting speed, 90 stats and 10 inscription skill. My quality 5 one also gives 90 points and 10 inscription skill. There's practically no reason at the moment. But in theory, what should happen is that rank 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all give you slightly increasing either stats or skill points in theory, but it's still a little bit broken. It's all about the base skill for everything you make. I don't know. It's weird and wacky. Twitch has a new feature. Twitch will now promote other streamers in other live streams with a pop-up in the top right with the boost function. Eh? Wait. What? So Twitch is going to... I could be streaming to 150 people right now. I could be streaming and Twitch could overlay somebody else's stream on top of mine to promote their stream on top of mine. Is Twitch pay to win? Have they made Twitch pay to win?
Is that your wallet?
Your what now?
You're just glad to see me. Both, I hope.
Heathen Bill, thank you very much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Shout out to you, my man. Back to YouTube you go. Sent you a PM on Discord. Let me have a look. Twitch pay to win. Oh my days. Ooh. That's gross. That's gross. More importantly, Jack, what are you doing watching somebody else's stream? Okay. I don't think there's any issues showing this on stream. Hang on. So somebody can be streaming and Twitch is going to put this pop up. It's in some silly language. But somebody else is being able to promote their own stream on top of somebody else's. That's outrageous. And presumably this person can pay to do this, which makes Twitch pay to win. That's horrible. That's gross. Imagine, not that I would suspect him to do such a, devilish thing. But what about Asmongold just spends $1,000 a day promoting his stream across the platform, which he could easily do because his stream probably makes him considerably more than $1,000 a day. $1,000 of advertising in this regard is going to... Twitch is pay to win. You could argue it's not too different from, suggested videos on the side of a YouTube stream, but at least they're not popping up over in... Yuck. Twitch, man. What are you doing with your platform? You had yesterday a boost and you got promoted as well in other people's streams. Not sure how the boost works. Did I? Let me look it up and clip it. That's strange. I think it was on Saturday. Yeah, are you sure that's not just a follower notification that somebody's gone live? Are you sure it's actually like a promotion thing? Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that after the stream. That's very interesting. If Twitch goes pay to win. God. Oh, Lord have mercy. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, we managed to somehow magically craft a rank 5, even though we were nowhere near being able to make a rank 5. Technically though, you're right. If our inspiration kicked in, it didn't say that inspiration kicked in, but that would have been the only way. If inspiration happened on the recraft, it would have given us a bonus 42 skill on top of our native 217, which would then, yes, have pushed it into quality 5 difficulty. Inspiration proccing on recrafting is an interesting twist. Is Amaranth going to start advertising during Manthias's broadcast? Let's hope not. Let's hope not. There's only one big tit that should be on this stream, and it's me.
Both, I hope.
Looks like the community can work together to boost a channel. If they complete the channel of boosting it, then that pop-up will be shown on the high visible live streams on the platform. This is what it says on the Twitch page. See, the boost feature came in a long while ago. It was something that was implemented a long time ago on Twitch and got pretty much shot down instantly for just being, and because it was super expensive, right? And why would you as a viewer choose to boost a stream for real money dollars instead of just giving those real money dollars to the streamer? Why, why would you choose to spend your money on advertising somebody else's stream over just giving them the money? Like, and that's why it just got squished. Sir Taz, thank you very much for the tier 1. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope you're having fun. I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of weird monetization system that Twitch has dreamt up. They're good at coming up with absolutely ludicrous things. They've showcased that quite effectively recently. Okay, well, the be-all and end-all to all of this was I was trying to get a tool that had lots of multi-craft on it. I kind of got on a bit of a tangent trying to up its quality and seeing what we needed to do to achieve that. The TLDR is I now feel even more confused about how recrafting works than I did to begin with. But either way, what this does technically mean is when we go back to what we started the stream with, nearly 4 hours ago at this point, which was making bundles of cards, we now have not only a crafting speed bonus, but we have a monstrous multi-craft bonus of 15% now. Meaning for every 100 decks of cards we make, we should arguably be making at least 15 more of them. Now, if we can get multi-craft on this, this, and this, who makes our profession accessories? I think it's Jewel Crafting, right? Where was that tweet? Where was Preheat's tweet? Inscription makes their own tool, but Jewel Crafting makes their accessories. So why don't we Zerg level Jewel Crafting and cheat a little bit by buying the pattern to do it. Okay, it'd be actually more sensible if I work out what the flipping hell it's called first, wouldn't it? Profession equipment. What? What? Okay. Jewel crafting accessory. Inscription accessory. Inspiration and multicraft. Fine print trifocals. So we need to get that pattern and we need to craft it, and we need to craft it at high quality. Well, quality apparently doesn't seem to make much of a difference right now, but we need 2 of these. In fact, no, they're unique equipped. We can only have 1 of these. Oh, then we have to have a magnificent margin magnifier and a fine print trifocals. Now, these both say, this just says resourcefulness. It doesn't say that this has... these are all these look like predetermined bonus stats. When I was making this thing, it wasn't predetermined. It was, you know, pick one random one. Can I link the tweet? Yeah, hang on. It was preheats. From Limit. Oh, there we go. Woo's got it. Cheers, Woo. Right, fine print trifocals and magnificent margin magnifier. Please let me buy the pattern. Please, please, please let me buy the pattern. Because I know you don't learn that. There we go. Fine print trifocals and magnificent margin magnifier. There we go. We need, what do we need? Jewel crafting 35. Right, let's power level jewel crafting then. Luckily, I've done this a few times. No, that's inscription. We get some skill points from prospecting. Okay, we stopped getting points at 5. That's fine. Our inventory is going to be hella scuffed in a minute. Then we need to prospect some Tiravite. Oh, actually, I don't need to do any of that, do I? Because you can buy the gems off these fella nows. I'm quite sure of it. Yes! Screw this. 50 of those. 50 of those. Don't need to do the jewel crafting bit. You're just power leveling it. Then we can go... requires jeweler's tool set. Oh, for the love of God. Where's me gnomish knife? No, wrong profession again. Let's put that on the bar. Are you making a note of what we should be making when we want to level these professions initially? That's one of my goals. I'm trying to work out some of the systems and stuff currently. But yes, that is one of my goals. My plan is to, by the time that Dragonflight launches, have at least a basic leveling path that's not going to break the bank for most of the professions. That's a goal of mine that we'll be working on over the next couple of weeks. Initially, it will probably just be text-based in the cheat sheet. But my obvious goal long-term is to videoize them and get them up on YouTube. I'm not paying too much attention to the process right now because I'm just trying to Zerg level stuff to test other things. But yeah, eventually that will be something I try to do. Queue them up for week 1, bang those views. I was thinking about this last night. I'm very tempted to queue them all up and launch them a few days before the expansion launches, because that gives me the best of both worlds. Well, I probably shouldn't be telling all my secrets, but the best way to do it is if you launch, because you want a few days. There's a weird phenomenon on YouTube where a video that is a video that's been out a little while, that's got views on it already, will be far more represented. It's like a finely aged cheese or wine, you know. Sometimes YouTube has a tendency to promote videos that have been out a little while, but once they go past like a month or 2 months old, they're far more reluctant to promote them. But yeah, I've got all of this in the works. Where's me? I need to get this up quickly. Give me all the patterns. Get out the way. Let me click the button. Or the how to get to the entrance of the Dungeon X. Those seem to get thousands of views. Yeah, anything that's easily Googleable, you'll do well within the first couple of weeks. I have a feeling just basic profession overviews are going to do really well. Because there'll be some people that will look at these professions and they'll be like, what is this? So while I'm not too active on YouTube at the moment, It's because it's all going to be top loaded for closer to the expansion launch. I wonder how far I actually really need to bother leveling this. It's probably not too far at all. For those of you that may not necessarily know that I have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/Manthius. Usually 1 to 2 videos a week at the moment. Like I said, I'm not too active on YouTube, but I'm sort of slowly keeping up with things. Putting a lot more emphasis on streaming recently because we're spending a lot more time just testing stuff. Testing stuff doesn't have much place for videos, but it's handy for people to watch live, I understand. That's the theory at least. Primal Convergence times lots. Primal Convergence. Who sells those? Alchemy fella? Primal Convergence. I don't need to level this up too far. I just need to get it to a reasonable point. I might stop at 50. There we go. We don't really need much more than that. Let's where's those 2 patterns? Magnificent Margin Magnifier and a Fine Print Trifocals. Got my first skinning bonus. Finesse helps you gather something extra. I'm yet to test skinning in much detail, actually. If anybody's got some good information and details on skinning, talk to me, because I've not really put much effort into skinning at all so far. I've done a reasonable amount of herbalism and mining. I've got a good understanding of how all of that works. But skinning is still a little bit foreign to me, which is a dangerous place to be in, considering one of my main professions is leatherworking. So I really need to get my act together and understand that a little bit better. Right, fine print trifocals. I need vibrant shards. I need frameless lenses. Okay. What's your opinion on enchanting and skinning in Dragonflight? Are they in a decent place? In regards to comboing them, I couldn't really say. And like I said, I've not really played with skinning at all. Enchanting looks very boring at face value, but there's a lot of depth to it once you get into the spec trees. The spec trees can heavily, by the looks of things, really heavily adjust your disenchanting rates for stuff. It might mean that it looks a bit dull and a bit boring and a bit, you know, same old in terms of what enchants you're making. But the more you spec into it, the more lucrative disenchanting will become, which is quite fun. Or could be quite fun. Or could be quite lucrative, should I say. It might have an interesting twist on the disenchant materials. Just means mats will likely be cheap AF. Eventually, there's also the inherent problem that shards, dusts, and crystals doesn't have quality like everything else does. So it's very, very likely to tank quite quickly. But we'll see. I need frameless lenses. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to cheat jewel crafting like an absolute filthy merchant. We are just going to max jewel crafting for no other reason than because we can. The green mats for skinning require specific mobs, so knowing the locations for those is going to be important early on. Yeah, I suspect, because there's like 5 or 6 different green ones, or uncommon to give them their, you know, in-game title. Which, yeah, you're right, is very, very likely to be that working out who drops what. The reality of that quite quickly is that you just wowhead it, and the mob that seems to have, you know, the biggest number is the one that you should go out and kill. That'll get figured out quite quickly. Not something I'm going to be spending too much time testing anyway. I'd rather let somebody else figure that out. Oh, my click finger's gonna hurt. I don't even know if these are particularly relevant for me right now, but I'm just maxing it because I can. Can't wait to see what happens with crystals on release. We got over 10k each in Shadowlands release without even having the potential for region-wide resets. Yeah. The limiting factor will be, we haven't tested disenchanting yet, but if you only get crystals from epics, we're likely to be in the same position again. Because your ease of access for epic items is not good. It's going to be Mythic Zeros again. That's the first time. Mythic Zeros will be the first time you'll be able to get an epic item, which was a copy-paste of Shadowlands, really. Nothing that you're crafting early days. Just spam Mythic Plus. Well, yeah, that doesn't do you very well for the first couple of weeks. That's great for, you know, 2, 3, 4 weeks in, but in the first couple of weeks when everybody's trying to level up enchanting and crystals just straight up do not exist, that could be quite a fun time. Can we make these at a reasonable quality yet? We can nearly make these at quality 5 already. We need some vibrant shards, we need some frameless lenses, and we need some clasps. We need some intermediates. Frameless lenses need all of this stuff. Do I have... Oh my days. Give me... Awakened Earth. I picked up the wrong ones. M0's easy, but you'll only get like 1 item per run. And you're limited to 1 loot drop per boss per week in M0s, let's not forget. And the likelihood is that you're going to want to equip that piece of gear. The chances are is you're not going to be best... your best interest is not to be disenchanting it. Which is the twist of fate for most people. Oh, I need more fractured glass. I need more... Hang on, let's... Hang on. This is a crazy idea. Prospect that. And you're also going to need enchanting on the character that goes into M0s. Yeah. These are all of the factors that made crystals in the first week of Shadowlands. I think they peaked at somewhere near to like 30,000 gold each or something at one point. I bought all of my crystals on day 1 of the expansion, and you only needed, I think you needed 30 of them to level enchanting, or around 30. And I managed to get all 30 of them for about 30k. 2 or 3 days later, people trying to do the same were literally spending hundreds of thousands of gold because they went up to like 10, 15k a piece. I remember I reset the market on my main server, then somebody reset my reset. That's the kind of shenanigans that happens. It's funny. People got blindsided by it, though. The reason I bought my crystals was on day 1 was because I suspected this might happen. But I didn't know if there was some sneaky source for epics that could be disenchanted that I hadn't accounted for. But it was very clear to me that getting my enchanter leveled up nice and quickly was a priority. But of course, that was the fun of Shadowlands, Dragonflight's going to be a different game. Hang on, can I not buy this dust? Can I buy this dust at top quality, please? Doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Alright, sure. What was the other thing I needed to make these things? Vibrant shards, shimmering clasps. Shimmering clasps. Misshapen figurines. We can buy a bunch of these while we're here. Misshapen figurines. I know they're on the list here somewhere. Here we go. Oh my god, look at my inventory. Right, make a bunch of those, please. Got another character to 60. You've been on that level grind a lot recently. Are people still pumping? Are still people pumping in retail? I really do hope they bring that leveling experience bump back in. That 50% experience boost. I really think for pre-patch they need to give that to people. It makes a lot of sense to let people get caught up on a bunch of ults nice and quickly and easily. There's no point, you know. There tends to be enough time gating in the game as it is. There's really not much point nowadays for holding people back in terms of levels. Right, we can make one of these. We're nearly going to get it at quality 5 anyway. Can I throw in an Essence of Tear somewhere? Just to guarantee these are at 5. Essence of Tear. Let's bang out a few of these just quickly. Hopefully they'll make the reagent bag 10 times bigger. Please, please make the reagent bag bigger. 32, 34 slot reagent bags, whatever they plan to end on, is just not big enough. It really isn't. Really is not big enough. Give us like 100 slot reagent bag. I mean, look at this, right? You know, I've barely been playing with 2 professions. I know half my inventory is full of Darkmoon cards right now, but I've not stepped foot outside of leveling 2 professions, right? And my entire inventory is full of materials. It's just going to be an apps. The logic is a lot of this you would probably want to be throwing up on the auction house and selling it. But if you take a look through here, not much of this is end product. A lot of this is quite simply raw reagents. It's going to be horrendous. Right, let's make one of these then. This will be one of our accessories that will give us multicraft and inspiration, and should, if everything goes to plan, be guaranteed at quality 5. Bingo was his name-o. Where did it go? Oh lord, now I've got, there it is. Hang on, we've got to put that in the right spec. No, that's not what I want to do. Hang on, game. Oh, now where's it gone? Right, equip. In you go. Boom! 2 top quality ones. Now we need to make the 3rd one. Magnificent Margin Magnifier. We've got everything for this. We've got everything for this. Let's guarantee a quality 5. This will give us 6 additional skill and 29 resourcefulness. Okay. That is, by all account, about as filthy as you can get your setup to be in regards to multi-craft and resourcefulness. So multi-craft, let me, for those who may have only joined quite recently, the reason I am trying to push for maximum inscription is because I want to see just how aggressively filthy mass crafting these can become. Now, this is something that you're not going to easily be able to achieve for quite a while. But if it's a thing, we should probably test it. Now we have 18% multi-craft, 20% crafting speed, which isn't going to make any difference to the amount of gold that we realistically make. But we have 8% resourcefulness as well. So we should be saving 8% on the material costs, and we should theoretically be gaining 18% more bundles when we're crafting them. So, hopefully, we can now... Let's get rid of some of these materials. Let's clean our inventory up a little bit. Let's just get rid of some shit. We can always pick it up again. This is test realms after all. I don't want any of this trash. Get rid of it. Go away. Because... Oh, no. I was deleting all of my inks. I want my inks back. I want my inks back. That was a boo-boo. I do want some of this. I lied. I only want to delete things that I can easily get from a vendor again. Those materials are fine to stay there. God, there's nothing that's more frustrating than having to manage inventory space live in front of 100 people. Get rid of all of this. Can get the enchant with resourcefulness as well. Ooh. Ooh. I wish you hadn't told me that, because now I want to do it. There's a plus 250 multi-craft, and it's done with cooking. It's called salad on the side. That's only for cooking recipes, though, as far as I'm aware. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but when I looked at it, that was only for... Wow, that's interesting. Vendor does not want cut gems. No sell price on cut gems. Rip gem market. Okay. Right, all of this can piece out. Right, we're sort of back to where we began. With a relatively neat and tidy inventory. Ish. Ish. Oh no, I probably want those. Give me those back. Right. Okay. Let's then... Oh, damn. Do I want to hunt that... To hunt down that one enchant is going to require me to completely level enchanting. Oh, no. Can I even... okay. What happens then when I drop this? Oh, okay. Is it easily accessible? Or is it going to be a dick to get? Let's have a look. What is it called? Profession tool enhancements. Plus 150 resourcefulness. That is actually batshit level crazy. Oh, that's a good point. Is there anybody on the beta that has enchanting and has it leveled up? Because if you could just craft one and trade it to me, that would be beyond wonderful. 150 resourcefulness is madness. Now, That's 15% reduction on material cost long term. It's not a pattern that you learn through the vendor, so this dude is going to have to sell the pattern for me to be able to do it. Enchant tool, draconic perception, draconic finesse, deafness. No, they're not the ones I want. Okay, it doesn't look like that pattern actually exists on the test realms. Do you get it from learning something? Where's me enchanting? Draconic resourcefulness. Oh, it comes from the spectre. Oh, if it comes from the GG. You get it from the spectre. Look, I should be paying attention to my own notes, right? I made these notes for a reason. Enchantments, artistry, 15 points. Okay. We can power this double quick time. Right, get ready, watch this. World's fastest leveling of where's me parchments gone? Give me the parchments. Go. Seven, 8, 9, 10. We only need to get to 25. Oh no, I've run out of gold. That's a scenario I'm not used to. Oh dear. Give me some gold. Stupid game. Alright, there we go. Spammed my inventory with more shit I don't need. Running out of gold in World of Warcraft. Who would do such a silly thing? Writ of Avoidance. Does it just make all of them? Go. Let's get to 25. Try to flip the auction house market on beta. Be smart. This is an issue though that Blizzard has. We can bash on Blizzard for many things, but what they are actually quite good is maintaining the economy, especially considering that they practically have no way of testing it. They have to just make a really educated guess and just go with it. Because there's practically no way to test it. How do you know what the overall demand is going to be? How do you, how can you simulate what's going to be the material that's the bottleneck? How can you feasibly work all of this out? Not one single human brain has got the capacity to do that. And because you can't test it, because there's never a real economy on a test platform, because the economy is practically designed by, regular ass supply and demand. Come on, create all. What do you mean the economy's ruined? Shush, gumdrops, what do you mean? Lies. It's not ruined. It's just goblins have done goblin things, right? It's all those streamers and YouTubers giving away the secrets. They're the real assholes. If Blizz had an open beta, that would solve a lot of the issues, to be honest. Do we think it would, though? Do we think people would then, you know, actively play an open beta similar to how they would play the real game? Do you think people actually would? I think the problem is that open beta for many game developers is just a cheaty way of, you know, cashing in a little bit and extending the amount of time they have to. Because look how many games sit in open beta or early, like pre-release, or, you know, the reality is the game. Once the game is in the hands of everybody, the game's live. Whether you call it 1.0 or you call it open beta, is there really much of a difference? Arguably, I don't know. Right, spec trees. I need 3 spec points. Is this the one? Guide to enchanting. Yes. Give me a bunch of points, please. You can't really playtest the economy when gold doesn't have a value. See, this is it, right? Even if you did have like an open beta, like there would be no... Weirdly, as much as it's like odd to say, but if you did an open beta scenario, you'd kind of also need to implement the token for you to actually be able to test the way the economy works. And there's a bit of a moral issue there with allowing people to buy gold for an open beta. It's touchy subject, you know. And would the, you know, would be people's desire to do that be justified? It's all very weird. Right, where were we? What node were we looking to unlock to get this pattern? Spectry, enhancements, artistry, 15. Enhancements, artistry. Which one's artistry? This one. Right, we go this way then. Give me all the points. Go. We're going to drop this profession in a minute anyway. We're only looking to make a few of these enchants. Artistry. Draconic inspiration. And then draconic resourcefulness. There we go. That's the one we want. There's our ticket to success. Draconic resourcefulness. Enchant that on my scribe's resplendent quill, please. That should... Hang on, is that the right one? I guess that's the right one. Enchant. Go. Did it work? Oh, filthy. 150 resourcefulness. Filthy. Out of curiosity, though, whilst we're here, it seems to indicate that that was only quality 1. Draconic resourcefulness. This isn't good enough. This isn't good enough, boys and girls. This is not anywhere near filthy enough. We can go bigger. We can go bigger. We need 300 skill. That means we keep going with this. Boom. +1 skill point comes from here as well. All the points in here. Does that now mean we can make it at a better quality? That's 2. We need more skill points. More skill points. We need, you know, a lot more. Because we don't have the benefit of better quality reagents to back us up. It's going to be quite difficult to get a quality 3 one of these, isn't it? We might have to rely on an inspiration proc here. Inspiration gives us a +100. That's monstrous. Okay, we need a little bit more skill then. Do you give me more skill? Let's find out. If you think that one's filthy, check out the new one you just learned called Waking Stats. It's like some 700 points or something, isn't it? It's mental. So, see, this is the thing, right? At face value, enchanting looks really boring. But actually, the power of some of these. 889 primary stats on a piece. That's got to be broken, right? That can't be a thing. Yeah, that can't be a thing. Like, you can't give me plus 800 stats on a chess piece. You just can't. Oh, it just says waking stats. I can't easily see what it actually gives me. But yeah, the difference between having the item equipped, 4,622 agility. Equip it, we go all the way up to 5,700 agility. That's like, somebody do some quick maths on that. That's 1,100 total agility. 235 on the piece of gear itself, plus a metric shit ton because of that waking stats. Now, I know this is a low-level piece of gear, but that is ridiculous. That is a flat-out 20% DPS increase. Pretty wild. It probably won't stay that way. Right, we're going to need to put these on vellums because I need to rely, by the looks of things, on inspiration procs. I don't particularly want to have to craft a bajillion of these just to get an inspiration proc. A percentage bonus instead of a static plus stat currently for the waking stat enchant? Maybe. Although what, you know, these are pre-made characters on this realm, let's not forget. So their gear's dog shit. Their item level 340 gear or something's tragic. By the time you're rocking like 400, 415 gear, the stats that come on those gear is much more substantial to begin with. And if you're fully decked out in like 400 plus gear, the effect of another 1,000 on top is far less. Go on, just give me a proc. I need a quality 3 proc. Come on. $394 chest had something like 480 plus main stat. So yeah, there you go. You can start to see that the by the time you're fully kitted out in like nearly 400 item level gear, it will somewhat feel a little bit more balanced. But we all do know what Blizzard's like with their balance. So there we go. There's our quality 3 proc. Right, where did it go? The tooltip doesn't look very healthy for that one. I wonder if it doesn't work from here. Let's see what happens. We go from plus 150 resourcefulness to 188. That is officially the most ridiculously filthy. Look at our resourcefulness on milling now. We have plus 34% resourcefulness on milling. With a 30% crafting speed. Bananas. That means it's probably going to kick in on all of your inks as well. 29% resourcefulness on inks. That means 1 in 3 crafts, technically. 1 in 3 crafts should save you some reagent. Resourcefulness is a bit tricky to calculate as well. And this is another reason why I think even spreadsheeters are going to struggle to math all of this out. Because resourcefulness attacks a different material. And the material it saves you seems to be random. If I grab a bunch of pigments, say, real quickly, just to showcase this a touch. If you grab a bunch of pigments, let's just grab some tier 3 top quality blazing pigments. Let's grab 1,000 of those. Let's grab 1,000 of those. grab a bunch of pigments real quickly. Which one are we missing? Flourishing. Vials. I'm going to need vials. Where's me vials? Did vials come from you as well? That would make sense, wouldn't it? There we go. So we can see here, if we try and make a bunch of inks now, technically with resourcefulness, 1 in 3 crafts, you would assume, would give you something back. And then 1 in 10 crafts should proc a bonus ink. So you make 2 to start with. Do I have serene inks on me? I'm just wondering if we could do a quick... Okay, let's get... Okay, let's not get rid of them, but let's just sell them to a vendor. I can buy those back in a second. If we craft like 50 serene inks, if we hit the create button now, how can we easily track this? We've got 1,000 of each. By the time we've crafted 50, I need you guys to track some numbers here. We've got 1,000 pigments, 1,000 of both pigments. Hang on, let me get rid of 2 of these vials. Let me get some even numbers to make this easier. Just delete those. So we got our vials. We've got our pigments. What was the other thing that goes into making an ink? Pigment, vial, the iridescent water. Let's just delete 62 of those. So we got some somewhat even numbers. If we craft... Okay, for the sake of science, it's going to be easier if we just make 100 of them, right? If we now make 100 of these, we should end up with arguably way more... Not only way more than 200 serene inks by the end of it, but we should also end up with far less than 200 pigments consumed, 100 pigments consumed, 100 vials consumed. Actually, we can just buy... Where's these iridescent waters? Give me 600 of those and just burn them. Oh no, I burnt the whole stack. Oh, what a donkey. Where did I get those from? Professional streamer, boy, by the way. Oh no, where did I get them from? Oh no, where did the water come from? Oh, here we go. Right, 100 of those. Right, you know what we can actually do? So we can take 800 of those. We can sell them. Merchant doesn't want them. Of course you don't. We can take 900 of these. Let's make it so that we only have the exact materials we need. The exact materials we need. Those don't count. They're not used. The exact materials we need to make 100 inks is here. We now make said 100 inks. 200 pigments, 100 serene. Okay, create all. We should, in theory, end up with way more than 200 inks. We'll put the inks down here. Let's see when we get resourcefulness, when we get multi-craft kicking in. This is about as filthy as an inscription's going to get. Inspiration kicked in. The last thing. Whoa, look at the amount of reagents it saved. It saved a serene pigment, a shimmering pigment, and an iridescent water. No multi-crafts yet, he says. 7! He gave us +5. Go on, I'll take it. This is going to be ridiculous. short of having, you know, 25 more skill in the profession, which doesn't matter because we're way exceeding the recipe difficulty anyway. When you start stacking these stats, things start getting bonkers, right? I mean, that resourcefulness is actually outrageous. What profession makes the profession tools for leatherworking? I will tell you. Please hold. In fact, I'll do one better. Let me just link you this. That's this image. It's a tweet from Preheat from Limit, who worked it all out. We got a multi-craft and a resourcefulness procking on the same thing. Nearly every time something is happening, like whether we're saving reagents. Is this busted? Oh no, it was just kicking in literally every time. Inspiration and reagent saved, so that they can actually proc all, like they can proc on top of each other as well. 6 multi-craft. You've got genuinely no way to like simplistically math this out. I came up with I know how I'm going to do it long term. Let me clarify. Whilst it looks complicated, it looks like there's lots of moving parts. There is actually one very simple way to work all of this out, and it's to ignore all of it until the very end. What you do is you need to look at exactly how many. This is why I'm picking very specific numbers of materials up. You want to know exactly how many materials you started with and what quality they are, so that you could get a, let's just call it a grand total of cost initially. Then you want to go out and craft a bunch of stuff, and then you just total up what you're left with. And any reagents that you're left with, you can, in theory, add those to, you know, the end result. So you take all of the components you then end up with. It's basically like calculating in batches. You take a snapshot at the beginning of what you start with. You take a snapshot of what you're left with at the end. And then it's a simple one number minus another number, divided by how many things you made, and there is your average crafting cost. It doesn't give you, you know, and that way you can ignore all of this funny business that's going on in the middle, which means calculating all of this is not really going to be that necessary if you're looking at doing Inscription, or you're doing alchemy, or, you know, anything where you're going to be creating a mass amount of things. If you work out your costs based on a batch, so if you work out what is your average cost per ink when you craft in a batch of 100 inks, or when you know, press the button 100 times, it's far easier to then keep track of stuff. So then you know that, okay, right, after this, I know exactly how many materials I had at the beginning. I know exactly how much they cost me. By the end of it, I know exactly what I've got out of the end of it. Any spare materials can be resold at their initial value. The maths is much easier if you do it in big batches. It's not so easy to calculate for some things, but it's the way I'm probably going to do it. If you try and break it down to how much, you know, and start working out that, okay, you get plus 10% more because of you know, a multi-craft kicks in, but then you're saving this because of resourcefulness. Scrap all of that shenanigans. Make it easy for yourself. Look at what you start with, look at what you end with, and do a simple maths. It doesn't make it too easy to, you know, you can't predict what's going to happen very easily. But once you've done a batch of 100, unless your profession skill changes too much, you roughly know that next time you do the same thing, it's going to be the same again. So, wonder what resourcefulness is going to do for the work orders. Will I end up keeping the unused, or will the... no clue. I've got so many questions about how work orders are going to operate. For me, it seems sensible that... the sensible thing for me would be that it's all done like outside of both players' inventory. It should be that you... I believe, anyway, that it should be that you can only accept the work order if you, as a crafter, can guarantee that you can make that item that's requested. And you shouldn't have to leave the interface at all. If you should see the work order. Maybe you can take the work order and any materials that you don't have in your inventory right now, say that they're in your bags or in your bank, or maybe you need to buy those materials off the auction house, you should be able to go and get them, but you should only be able to, you know, accept that work order if you can guarantee the result. But it does mean it's all a bit tricky to program, and I don't quite know what's going to happen. Like, if a buyer provides some of the materials but not all of them, when you accept the order, do those materials go to the crafter so that they can use them to... We need to see it. We need to see it, and it's concerning it's taking so long to come out. But so now, to wrap it back round to where we began, we only expected 200 serene inks to be crafted. We ended up with 233. Not only did we end up with 233 serene inks, we also have 25 shimmering pigments left over, 11 serene pigments left over, 6 draconic vials, and 9 iridescent water. So now what you would do is if you took the... Let's just load a quick simple notepad up, right? So you started with, what would it have been? 100 vials. You started with 200 shimmering. You started with 100 serene. That's not how you spell serene, is it? Oh, no, it is. And you started with 100 water. And you were expecting to make 200, but you actually made 233. Let's give a cost to these. I'm going to try and make the maths simple, ish. Let's say those are 10 gold each. Let's say those are... I should be doing this in Excel. Let's say these are 10 gold each. I'm going to make the maths really simple, not representative. But you'll see why I'm making the maths easy in a minute. So that basically meant you had a total cost or total value of materials to begin with would be, calculator. We got 1,000 plus 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold. Even I can work that out in my head. Right, 5,000 gold was your initial cost for all of those materials. And we ended up with 233 of what we actually looked to make, inks. But we also had six vials, 6 vials, how many shimmering? 25 shimmering, 11 serene, and what's the last thing I'm missing? Water, 9 water. Which have an inherent value of, at 10 gold each, that's 60 gold. That's 250 gold. This is 110 gold. This is 90 gold. Add all of those up. 60 plus 250 plus 110 plus 90. So we were left with 500 gold of materials at the end. So what we can do very quickly, we can take 500 gold away from our total cost of materials. So we started with 5,000 gold of cost. We minus off, shit, what did I say? 510? Shit, what was it? Hang on. 60 plus 250 plus 110 plus 90. Okay, 510. So your initial expenditure minus the 510 worth of value you got back at the end means that you actually only spent 4,490, because you could theoretically just resell these for what you bought them for. Well, that's the logic anyway. They're worth just as much as they were to you 5 minutes ago before you made the inks. And then all you do is you now divide that by how many inks you got. So 4,490, divide that by the 233 inks we acquired, gives us, then there's your average crafting cost. It's not an exact individual crafting cost, but it's your average crafting cost over 100 units that you've bought. And then you can use that value when it comes to spending those inks in crafting later on down the lines. And this then takes into account all of these secondary stats. Any weird and wonderful procs that's going on is all naturally calculated. As long as you know what you start with and you know what you end with, it's quite simple maths. It's pretty simple, which would mean then I could then basically say, right, 20 gold a piece, for my inks. Boom. Now, the reality is these numbers are going to be quite different because these costs were just deliberately simple for a very good reason. But that's how I'm going to be working out the costs of things. And the problem is I cannot, for the life of me, see how even, to do it in any more complicated fashion than that seems silly to me. That, I feel, is the easiest and simplest way to work out crafting costs in Dragonflight, whilst taking into consideration all of this shenanigans. Which I would probably then go as far as to say, if we do want to use things like TSM effectively, I would just then manually override my crafting cost for Serene Ink in TSM and just put it at like 20 gold. Because I know that I could do the same thing again right now. If I went and bought enough materials to create to press the button another 100 times, within a small percentage, the results would be the same. So that's probably the way I'd take care of all of this shenanigans. Because these once you start stacking stuff, these are not nominal amounts. These are too big a quantities for you to ignore them. They're too big of a quantities for you to just write them off as a bonus. Because if you pretend that none of this happened and you just take the cost of crafting 2 and multiply it and don't take any of this into consideration, your cost would be very different. So if we hadn't done that, for example, what did we get to? Like 19.2 gold. If we just took 10, 20, 30, 40 gold of crafting cost times 200, which is what we had expected to craft, we got 8,000 gold of potions. No, hang on. What? Brain, think. No, yeah, it's quite, yeah. Vials at 10 gold a piece. Shimmering, oh no, because you got 2 of these, so 50 gold. 50 gold for 2. Yeah, crafting cost for 2 crafts here would have been 50. Divided by 2, 25. It's literally the difference of 19.2 gold or 25 gold. Which goes to show, you do kind of need to pay attention to what's going on here, at least a little bit. And that, for me, is the easiest way to calculate it and work it out. If you try and work out each and all of it individually and stuff, it's just going to be batshit level crazy difficult. So all of this combined, our inspiration, our resourcefulness, our crafting speed, and our multi-craft, stacked all together, was a rough 20%, roughly a 20% saving on the craft. It all amounted to 20% saving, which is not game breaking. This is actually remarkably well balanced, you know. Over somebody that does none of this, who is just, you know, banging out basic ass things without any of this stats at all, is going to be paying 20 to 25% more per ink than you are. But this is going to take quite a while to get to, because we did absolutely whore out the best of the best stuff here. In the first patch of the expansion, this right here is probably close to 500,000 worth of actually tools in terms of what, you know, the effort that will need to go into this. Okay. Right, well, I haven't unfortunately got too much longer, so I don't think we're going to get to be crafting yet more Darkmoon cards just now. But with 29% resourcefulness and 18% multi-craft, I would imagine that trying to craft 100 of these will give us a sizable amount more. We'll probably continue on testing this a little bit tomorrow. I'm hungry. I need to go get me some food. So I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. Thank you all for joining. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something. It's going to be a slow and steady progress working through all of this, but I think it's worthwhile, you know, dedicating a few hours to each of the professions over the next few days and weeks just to see what the ins and outs are. What I can safely say from today's stream is that Darkmoon cards have the potential to be ridiculously expensive. The fact that the aces are about as rare as Rocking Horse Doodoo could present a bit of a problem. And the fact that Darkmoon cards seem to, well, you can see here, not a single herb is used in the process. No herbs were harmed in the process of making these Darkmoon cards, which is the biggest significant change to how Darkmoon cards have always worked previously. Your spec tree makes a world of difference when it comes to Darkmoon cards, in terms of unlocking the ability to extract the awakened elements from spare cards you decide to not need, which could end up being a lot of them, you know. I think people are going to start recycling a lot of the cards because, you know, I've only been able to generate enough to make one deck here. Everything else is arguably just overkill. I could try and sell it to somebody else, but everybody else is also going to be in the same position. So I do feel that the meta might quickly become craft as many cards as you possibly can, recycle the ones that you cannot complete a deck with, and use the recycled materials to yet craft more cards. And you just rinse and repeat, reutilizing those materials as much as you possibly can, fishing for as many aces as you can get your hands on. This is really where the system revolves around, I reckon, unless there becomes a sneaky way in the game to get the ace. But anyway. Aces are a commodity. All of the base cards are commodities, yeah. So there's room for somebody to, or somebody or some people to do some shenanigans on the aces on the auction house. The likelihood is that the aces will never make it to the auction house though. If you are somebody that's crafting cards en masse, you're probably unlikely to sell the aces. They might not ever actually make it to the auction house because they're going to be that rare. It's the thing that everybody's going to be looking to get, right? The other cards will hit the auction house. And it does make a lot of sense to, you know, keep an eye out for cheap aces because somebody that gets super lucky in the first day, crafts an ace, doesn't realise quite how ridiculously rare and expensive they are, throws it up on the auction house, you know, for 100k, 200k because he sees there isn't any on there, not realising that it could be worth 500,000 gold in itself. 95% of the value of the deck is going to come in the ace now, which is a weird scenario. I might do a little bit more testing on this and turn the Darkmoon thing into a bit of a video, because I think it will interest people. It's going to be just as lucrative, but for a totally different set of reasons, which is quite cool. Quite cool. Spreadsheet on the cost of extra cards to recycle for mats is going to be needed. I don't even know if it will be. It feels very much like, you know, prospecting in Shadowlands. You know, the basic cards could very quickly and easily be the gems from prospecting, you know. You're prospecting ore to get the essences. Everything else is a byproduct. Now, the only luxury here might be is that once you've specced into it enough, you might be able to do something with those cards to give you the materials you need to make more cards. There's a recycling feature being built into it through this. So, yeah, we'll see. Hey, a little bit more testing is needed. I'm going to go get me some food. Hit the like button if you haven't already. The viewership's been wild today. Not quite sure why so many people are interested in me pissing about with Inscription, but thank you to all that have joined. Make sure to come say hi on the Discord. If you come say hi on the Discord, there's lots of discussions going on about Dragonflight and all of the perspective shenanigans that might be going on with it. And come check out the YouTube, youtube.com/Manthius if you're new around here. We once or twice a week at the moment, I'll put out a little video just keeping people up to speed with what's going on. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.